Hello there. I am Sir Ytimit, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. On the last exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the Halfling Rogue, and Greyhound, our roguish barbarian Kobold, had spent some time in their new home of Starfall Citadel. A gift from the treasurer after having transported them safely from Port La Montagne all the way to the capital of Lancaster. After the party went to bed in our last episode, each of them touched up their living quarters, adding their unique personality to each one before exploring their new home further, discovering many things, amongst which were hidden passageways and grand banquet halls, training rooms, as well as workshops for some of the more artistic. Greyhound, though, wasn't quite interested in exploring his new home, as he was more interested in taking care of his new friend, Princess, the Crocagator, and took the princess outside of the Citadel walls and began to travel to a nearby lake that he saw while traveling inside the Citadel. Along the way, he got stopped by a cloaked individual on a wagon who inquired what he was and what he was doing at the Citadel. Greyhound told him that he was part of Comet's company and that they were staying the night before leaving in the morning. This seemed to get the individual quite excited, as he was cracked his reins and bid Greyhound a farewell as he hurried into the Citadel. Then the entirety of the party went to rest. In the morning, each enjoyed themselves a nice breakfast before gathering up inside the courtyard of the Citadel to make way to leave and head back to Port La Montagne and eventually to Anardrapool. But before the party could leave, Milo noticed that on the statue that honored fallen heroes, or would be honoring fallen heroes, there was a new symbol carved upon it. As the party took a closer look, Milo realized with horror that the symbol was that they have not seen in a long time, not since the beginning of their adventures in Duskwood. As with horror, they realized that the symbol of Maldraxxus was in the Citadel. Immediately investigating, the party learned of a cloaked individual who had been bringing in supplies, and amongst which the last was, surprisingly, gunpowder, an explosive accelerant that was used by Dallin as well as Nampoodle in the use of their weapons, their firearms. Not knowing exactly what insidious plan he had, the party went and investigated several parts of the keep, eventually coming across a hidden hatch on the floors of the Artificers' workshop, and it led them into the lower levels of the Citadel. As they entered, they discovered several bodies of guards from the night shift who had not checked in, and proceeded to draw their weapons as they moved forward cautiously. As they fanned out and began to just explore the winding halls of the lower levels, they encountered traps, as well as many, many barrels full of black powder. Eventually, the party found themselves in a chamber where, getting himself ready, and having heard the party approach, they found an individual calling himself Fye Gawks, a tall man with thick eyebrows, a twirling mustache, and a thin, straight goatee. He began to monologue to the party, saying about how he had been planning this plot for some time, but their sudden appearance has disrupted his plans. But the party wasn't having any of it. Knowing he was an evil man, they immediately leapt into action as an intense struggle broke out, in which Fye Gawks seemed to be no match for our heroes, but just as the fight seemed lost, as he stared death in the eyes, he looked at all the entirety of the party and yelled, "My lord Maldraxxus will have your heads, and if I am to die here, then I shall drag you all into hell with me!" And with that, he had his ballista companion explode next to him before he grabbed a necklace of fireball off his own neck and threw it to the ground, unleashing a devastating explosion which sent the party flying. As the smoke cleared, the party lay battered, hurt, but alive, but barely. And all that remained of Fye Gawks was his remains. As the party went about explaining to the guards what they encountered and getting themselves back to the keep, they went to heal their wounds and go to bed as they planned to leave in the next morning to head back to Anarchakul and to Dallin. What new adventures and what new dangers await our heroes? You shall find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, let us go and greet our fellow players and see how they are doing upon this day.
To the regular world. Cyberpunk, it's like, oh yeah, you have all these cybernetics. It's like, now you have no one to repair them if something happens when you come back.
Hi, Tim.
Hello there.
Wild has appeared.
How's it going, everyone?
Not too bad.
We
Yourself?
live.
Hanging in there. Another week of work, and it is what it is. How about each of you?
I got 4 bottles of mead from the Ren Fair.
Ooh, fancy.
3 different kinds. I got a jalapeno spiced mead, which is actually really good. It actually is very smooth.
Jalapeno.
Another one is a gallberry. Let's see. This one here is a classic raspberry mead, and then this one here is a palm honey mead.
Well, that sounds quite delightful, and especially with something as sweet as that. I mean, jalapenos always go with good sweet stuff. I mean, I went to a place in South Dakota that served pies, and I was surprised when they were offering a strawberry rhubarb jalapeno pie.
It's the spice that balances it out. The sweet and the spice balance each other out super well.
Oh, it definitely does.
Yep. One of my buddies, he does a really good ghost pepper rub, but with a honey glaze, so that the sweetness of the honey, balances out the heat, so that the heat's not as intense, but it still
really
has
good.
that bite to it. Yep. Yeah, they're prepping for the big barbecue contest out in Texas.
How exciting.
They-
Sounds like you've had a
they're-
pretty good week.
I got to go to the Ren Fair. It was fun.
Always a good time.
I got to see a goat.
I saw your picture there.
Yep, they're a local goat farming group. They sell a bunch of products made from their goats, soaps, cheeses, tons of stuff.
How exciting. I'm glad to hear that. How about you, Dain? How was your week?
It's been an interesting one. What was it? Work is starting to pick up again, so we've had a whole bunch of events. Which probably not fun on Talos' end, slightly, but at least we're getting hours again.
Yeah, it's mostly the added extra. For me, it's like, why is there a pile of silverware in the corner here?
Yeah, it's been really weird though. They've only been like last night's event was 200 people, but they were from NBC Universal itself. So it was all like the execs and their families came down. We're just like, We are that bored that I'm playing DJ on the God mic on our platform to the guests. Because we had 2-minute dispatches. So they're sat in the vehicles for 2 minutes just listening to me and the team just be annoying. Which they were laughing about it, which was fun.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, apart from that, it's been an interesting week, but yeah, not too much else has gone on.
I mean, it doesn't sound entirely bad.
I know. It's been a good week all in all.
Nice. And how about you, Ryan? How was your week?
My job's been annoying, like always, but I'm hanging in there.
That's good. We all got your back. We know you can do it.
Customer traffic has been increasing, which means a lot more stupid customers are coming in. So I have to keep on explaining to people how to work their car.
Welcome to the holiday season.
Yeah. I just don't understand why people don't understand how to drive the car they're currently in and are currently using.
Probably about like similar to the people that we have to check their ID, and they're like, "Oh, I don't actually have it. What, you just drove here without a license?" Yes.
Yeah, I don't understand
that. People. How about
they can be annoying.
That they do. And how about you, Aaron? How was your week?
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. Work's slowly picking up, so... But it's not to the point where I'm running around like a chicken with the head cut off, so that's good.
That is good.
Then... Actually, yesterday I actually had quite a bit of energy, surprisingly, so got a whole bunch of small things that I need to get done.
Hey.
But...
That is great to hear. So, compared to previous weeks, sounds like that, for the most part, this week wasn't quite terrible for everyone. That is very good to hear. Should mean that you have more energy for Dungeons and Dragons.
Terrible, and let's tone it back.
Well, if there's no other further small talk, if y'all are wishing, we could dive right back in.
Right into the deep end.
Then, we shall return back to the adventures in Dundras. Last time, on the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the Halfling Rogue, and Greyhound, a barbarian, kobold, roguish individual who happened to be following the party around, were spending some time in their new home of Starfall Citadel, a gift from the treasurer, which having safely transported them from Port La Montagne to the capital of Dundras, Lancaster. After making a long trip through the land, the party finally went to bed, having touched up their living quarters and explored the new home further, amongst which they discovered hidden passageways which they used to, perhaps mess with a few of their allies a little bit. Greyhound, though, he was not quite interested in staying in the Citadel that evening, as he wanted to ensure that his loyal friend, his crocagator princess, was well and comfortable in sleeping quarters, and as her pond inside the Citadel was not quite ready yet, he took her outside the city walls towards a lake that he saw nearby that they could use to sleep in. On his way out, though, he was stopped by a cloaked individual on a wagon, who inquired about what he was and why he was around the Citadel. Greyhound quickly explained to him that he was part of Comet's company, and that they were staying the night at the Citadel before they were to leave in the morning. This seemed to excite the individual, who bid him a quick farewell before rushing to the entrance of the Citadel. Not taking much note of it at the time, Greyhound took Princess to the lake, where, upon seeing the serene area, the two dove underwater and proceeded to spend the night in the lake, while the rest of the party stayed in the Citadel. In the morning, all the party members awoke, stretched, and got themselves ready, as they then enjoyed a nice breakfast. Greyhound got himself some squirrels, while the rest of the party partook in some orange juice, sausage, bacon, and eggies in a basket. Afterwards, the party met back up in the courtyard as they had packed up their gear and were ready to leave for Port La Montagne. But before they left, Milo noticed something different that was on the memorial statue in the courtyard. Carved in the statue next to a plaque that bared Milo's name. As the party went and stepped closer, in horror, they realized that the symbol that was carved upon the statue was the symbol of Maldraxxus, a horrifying lich that they had not encountered since their adventures in Duskwood when they had first met each other. Immediately calling forth the guards and learning about a cloaked individual who had been transporting goods to the Citadel for some time, and his last shipment seemed to be some gunpowder that was assumed to be for the Artificers' storage area, the party quickly turned and made their way to the Artificers' workshop, where, upon discovering no barrels and no individual, they took a closer look and eventually found a hidden hatch that led to the lower levels of the Citadel. Exploring forward as they drew their weapons, the party encountered many things, from the bodies of some of the guards from the night shift to devious traps of explosive nature. The party explored the winding halls of lower levels until finally, as Dain opened up a door, he was blasted back 5 feet from an attack as they came face to face with the intruder himself. Calling himself Fye Gawks, this tall man with thick eyebrows, a twirling mustache, and a thin, straight goatee, began to monologue at the party, claiming about how they had messed up his plans, as he had been planning this excursion for some time, as he was going to blow up the entirety of the Citadel with the party amongst it, within a few months once they had returned from their adventures. But they forced his hand, having arrived sooner, and so he would have to do away with them now, and for good. The party, not having any of it, leapt immediately into action as an intense struggle began, with explosions occurring here and there as Fye Gawks tried to hold them off with his rifle. It became apparent to him that victory was not at hand, as he looked death straight in the eye, specifically in the eyes of Talos. And so, realizing that he would not be able to escape alive, he began to look at the party as he then pointed to his ballista ally and ordered it to self-destruct. As his ballista self-destructed, it distracted the party just for a moment for him to grab a necklace of fireball off his neck as he shouted, "My lord Maldraxxus will have your heads. If I am to die here, then I shall drag you all into hell with me." As he then threw the necklace of fireball on the ground, the party, seeing it coming, realizing what was about to happen, began to dive and duck for cover as the eruption of a maximum power fireball erupted in the room amongst them, sending them all flying in all directions. As the smoke cleared and the rubble began to fall from the ceiling, the party lay there battered. Barely alive in some cases, but alive nonetheless. As they saw the remains of Fye Gawks, the party gathered up their things as they limped themselves away out of the lower levels, explaining to the guards what they had seen and what had happened, as they promised the party that they would go down, secure the many, many barrels of gunpowder that had been rigged to explode, and safely store them in a place that they would not cause any danger to the rest of the Citadel. The party then ate themselves a hearty meal, decided that they were to rest another night, as they then went to bed. gaining a full rest as they once again prepared to make their way back to Anarchakul and to Dallin. And it is here that we return to the adventures in Dundras.
Woo!
Alright. As you all have awoken up after a long evening of rest, you all did benefit from a long rest, so all your spell slots, if you used any, as well as any unique abilities. If you have any weapons that really need a recharge, you can roll them if you have not already done so. As you have awoken and you're enjoying you finish enjoying a nice meal to begin your day with, and the servants have informed you that a carriage was waiting to take you to the nearby train camp, where the train would likely be there waiting for you to take you back to Port La Montagne.
Excellent. Very well. Everyone packed and ready?
Aye. Let's get this show on the road.
Greyhound's just sitting there, really sad, staring at Princess. I'm sorry! I have to go!
Don't worry, little one. You'll see her again once she gets herself settled in. I'm sure she'll be quite happy on your return.
No eating any of the employees' fingers.
Hopefully we can get there with back to the port with little delay, and then head on. Then we can see if we can contact Captain Barbosa. Hello? Did I lose signal again?
Nope, you're good.
Okay. It's like my mic, everything on my end suddenly just went dead silent. I'm like, what the heck?
Well,
Like it wasn't just you guys. It was my. I have my one of my things that just makes white noise in the background. It turned off too.
that's a little
I see.
weird.
There was a Wi-Fi dip. That's why.
Makes sense. Well, as you all have finished up your meals and you dab your chops with a napkin, you pick up your bags and grab your gear as Murph's kind of excitedly pats against the side of your hip, Milo, as you all make your way to the courtyard, where you see... Well, that would be a good question. What kind of carriage would you have at the Citadel? Would the party prefer one that is exuberant, that begins to display a sign of importance and fanciness and wealth, or would you have something more casual, something a little more simplistic?
I'm going to stop you there. Fancy.
Very good, very good. So, as you all step out, you see a carriage with a couple of horses hooked up to it, as well as a driver with a fine waistcoat and having himself a nice hat as he gives you all a wave, as you see upon a very nicely carved carriage with very big, tall wheels to help with any sort of potholes or issues with any sort of road that you may have come across. The outside of it appears to almost be of a deep mahogany color, with, of course, the windows have some nice red curtains within it. And as you open up the doorways, as it is more than large enough to handle the larger individuals of your party, such as Talos and perhaps eventually Dallin. But it is still more than comfortable enough for you all to sit in, as you all slowly get in. You see that the actual seats appear to have some nice simple padding with some sort of perhaps red satin cloth draped amongst them. Carved into the wood behind you, as you see that there are two hatches, one that leads to the rear that you as you open up, as Greyhound is quite curious to do so, you open it up and you can see that it gives you a view of the road behind you, as well as when Greyhound goes and opens up the front, you see the feet of the driver in front of you, who then kind of pokes his head down and goes, "Hello there, I am your driver. I believe I will be taking you to the railroad, yes?"
Yes, that is correct, good sir.
Is this railroad?
Well, that's what they're quite calling it. They've apparently been setting these rails for this transit system that will eventually make its way here to the Citadel. And so the folks there have been calling it a railway, as it is a set of rails and it is leading the way, I suppose. In any case, if once you all are ready, I will have us be on our way, and I'll take you to the camp.
Well, let's get going.
As you all get yourself situated, and it is surprisingly comfortable compared to many other forms of travel you've had, as you hear a "yeah!" whoosh, as the reins get snapped, and you feel a very slight shudder as the carriage begins to roll away. And as you all look throughout all the windows that are around you, as the curtains are currently draped up, so you have a full view of the area around you. Though you know that if you wanted to, you could undo the curtains if you wish to have some more darkness within the carriage, or privacy, perhaps. And so as you watch as the walls of the Citadel pass by you, as you exit through the gate, Greyhound, you look behind you as you look through the rear, as you see the gateway of the Citadel begin to grow smaller and smaller, as you all could get a grand view of Starfall Citadel in its entirety, including the view of what appears to be some additional construction occurring quite some distance away from the Citadel, but you could easily tell from here that they appear to be constructing an additional wall.
I wonder what that's for.
I would like to have Greyhound take out like a piece of paper and start trying to draw a poster for Greyhound's Academy.
All right. Give me a sleight of hand check.
All right.
And also give me... Nah, we'll start with that for now.
Oh no.
Greyhound doesn't have very slight hands. He has very unslight hands.
It's like, I draw.
You probably have more sleight of hand than me.
Why won't these crayons make a drawing?
Just start levitating above the page.
Greyhound, you're supposed to.
No.
Greyhound, you're supposed to put the crayons on the paper, not in your mouth.
It's like, oh baby,
Old man
crayons,
eating, like,
create,
the
make
yellow
my
ones.
creation.
16, not bad. Between the bumping of the carriage and... But you have plenty of time to focus as you continue to travel. What exactly are you trying to say on this here poster for your academy?
For all aspiring adventurers, young and old, new to it, come to Starfall Citadel and join Greyhound's Academy for Adventurers. I shall teach you. Well, I only know how to rogue and barbarian. And I'm a wizard. I know magic. I can teach you those. I need to find
Lots
friends
of
to
things.
teach you more. I know things. I can teach you things. You'll stay alive
would-
longer.
I will teach you lots of trinkles.
Normally a quick intelligence check, just so I could get a base, an idea of something.
Just a base intelligence.
Yes. Like
Saving throw.
Yeah, click the just click the word intelligence on your character sheet.
Gotcha.
Oh.
I know lots of things. I teach them to you.
Those who are watching, you watch as Greyhound is scribbling this, and he actually has some excellent portrayals as you see what appears to be a rough draft of a building that looks very academic behind in the background. As the words begin to be written upon it, all of you kind of shocked to see that they are surprisingly well-written words, as there's not a single misspelled word, as every word is put very deliberately. And you see in the front what appears to be almost a self-portrait of Greyhound, perhaps a little bit taller and a little bit more buff-looking than what he actually is, flexing as he shows a very jubilant face as he thrusts his hands up towards the academic building, being all like, "Ha-ha!"
I guess, not that Greyhound displays this intelligence, but Greyhound has a 17 in intelligence.
Yes.
I'm kind of just nodding as like impressed. I'm like, oh, I'm impressed.
As you all continue to travel, roughly half an hour passes by as the carriage goes along, and while you would expect it to be kind of a rough, bouncy road, as you saw on your way in, you know that this way had already been previously cleared, perhaps by the team that's working the railroad, to actually make it nice and flat and smooth as possible, so it would make their job easier once they got in with the actual rail supplies. And so you watch as the trees and some plains and some fields pass by as you look outside and see just how beautiful the land is. As you continue to look to the east, as whoever's on that particular side of the carriage, you see the single mountain of La Montagne, casting its shadow across the land. As you can see its shadow. Looking in the back of the carriage, you can see the shadows slowly traveling across the part of the Citadel. As eventually the Citadel disappears past some trees and hills and is no longer in view.
Very nice.
After about another 15 minutes of travel, you all begin to start hearing sounds of work. Ting, 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 ting. As you take a look over in the front of the carriage and bouncing along as you are, you can see just ahead, you see a train currently with steam coming out of the top of it, sitting or just kind of resting in amongst the tracks as you see the camp as you have arrived. And this got a little shocking to you because you remember that even walking, it took you a couple hours to get to the Citadel from the camp when you came in the other day, but this one was less than an hour just of carriage travel. So they seem to have made a decent amount of progress as they're much, much closer to the Citadel.
Oh. That's some fast work.
As the carriage driver begins to pull up next to the camp, and he pulls up the range. Oh, there. Well, young masters, this here be your stop. I suppose I could take you all the way to Port La Montagne if you wish, but I imagine this here fancy train could probably get you there a little faster.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Those of us do wish you of course, a safe journey and a safe return. We will be looking forward to your return. Hopefully by then we'll have the Citadel looking a little more in shape and a little more well stocked for you. Haha.
Excellent, excellent. Until we meet again.
Of course. Safe travels. As he hops down and hangs off the side of the carriage, as he then opens up one of the doors for you, and then swings around to the other side and opens up the other one.
As Dain gets out, I'm gonna go shake his hand, and in the palm of my hand is gonna be 4 gold coins for him.
Oh.
Yeah, 1 for each of us.
Oh, you don't have to do that, sir. I am technically in your employ after all, via the treasurer. Although I do appreciate a tip, as he gives you a wink.
Greyhound chucks a gold, 5 gold coins. I'm like, you take the gold, you like it.
As he just are you just tossing it loosely, or you're...
There's a little bit of force, but not enough to do a whole lot of damage. It's more just annoying.
As it kind of bounces off his chest and hands, he's able to catch 3 of them as the other 2 jingle down onto the into his seat. He's like, "Oh, thank you, young master. Much appreciated." Ooh, as he looks down at the gold, and you can see a little bit of astonishment in his eyes as he's looking at now 9 gold pieces.
Probably more than he's ever gotten in a year.
Milo's gonna walk up to the carriage driver and say, I do apologize for the fucking giant rat thing.
No problem at all.
Call it a rat.
Personally, I just appreciate the fact that he didn't bring his little pet with him. Might have made me a little nervous just seeing it in the courtyard there.
Greyhound climbs up onto his chest to be face to face with him and just stares him down like, how dare you talk about princess in such a way?
Greyhound,
Calm
stop it.
down. Get down, you little... Come on. Get on the train. By holding him by the scruff like a cat, flailing.
He's just flailing around trying to get you off of him.
I just having this in my head is just.
As you all begin to walk away from the carriage, you hear him go, "Ooh, looking forward to the quiet ship return." And then, cracks the whips as the carriage begins to move back towards the Citadel.
I turn around and yell out, wait, take me with you.
I see that he kind of pulls him like, whoa, and he kind of looks back and he's like, wait, what?
Milo's just gonna turn back around and keep walking.
And, as he's being dragged away, you're being dragged with him.
He then shakes his head as he then cracks the whip again and disappears past some trees.
Greyhound,
Get me that easily.
Greyhound, you know the last person that tried grabbing me did not end up very well. I would suggest not doing that.
Greyhound just looks at you, but I'm a man, as he flexes.
Milo's gonna take a dagger out from his bracer and stab Greyhound in the arm.
Roll to hit.
27?
I assume a 27 hits.
Yeah, that hits.
Go ahead and roll basic damage.
7.
Can I say as he flexed, he went to rage?
Sure.
And he's uncanny dodge that as well.
I'm a man! Flex as you done stab.
As foam comes out of his mouth again.
And so you take 3 points of piercing damage as he stabs your flexing bicep.
Yeah, I'm uncanny dodge that.
As you take 1 point of damages, you see it coming just in time, and your arm just flexes downwards just slightly as he nicks your arm.
See, I'm yeah.
What in the hell's is going on?
I'll get some fun with rogues.
Greyhound, get
the
fuck
dagger.
off of me.
I'm gonna shake my head. I'm
Greyhound's
just
not pulling you once he started flexing.
Just get your things together and get on and see if we can get this on the train. So get back to the port as soon as possible.
Ting, 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 ting. As you continue to move towards the train, you see as a few of the workers put down a couple wood planks and then proceed to work a metal rail as they slide it up to the rest of the track and proceed to put it down as they then move on to the other side as several more workers come across and with nails and large sledgehammers begin to put the nails down as the others whack, begin to swing down with their hammers as they seem to be all like simultaneously humming some sort of work song. As you get up to the train itself, the actual engine, one of the guards gives you all a wave. Welcome back, Comet's company. Have a safe trip over to the Citadel and back, did we?
Yeah,
eventful.
we did. It was fantastic.
Very good. You didn't happen to...
Greyhound has a flashback to being caught in those explosions.
Didn't happen to see that strange, large, flaming beast while you were coming, did you?
Excuse me, the fucking what?
Not really, no. We did find a lion.
Oh, he kind of blinks a little bit. Oh, what now?
Yeah, some also was doing some magic with, and apparently it had a lion.
I'm afraid I don't quite know what that is, but I'm assuming it's something small?
Oh,
Think
no,
large
it's
cat.
large angry cat.
Oh. As he then, his jaw kind of drops a little bit as his eyes go wide. Oh, is that something we're going to have to start worrying about now?
Hopefully
Yes.
not. As long as the wizard keeps his magic on it, I think it should be fine. But I'd keep as our companion here said, I'd probably keep a close eye out just in case.
Will do. Thanks for the information. Oh, I don't know what that is. I don't want to know. As he kind of mumbles to himself as he walks around the other side of the train, as you see someone currently at the actual train engine with a wrench just... And CJ gives you all a wave.
Dain's gonna wave back.
I had no hesitation of saying yes.
Welcome to Comet Company. I suppose you'd be wanting to take the train back to Montagne, eh?
Correct.
No, I was hoping to sleep on the train for the night. Nothing more, nothing less.
I kind of roll my eyes at that.
Well, I mean, that's your prerogative, although I wouldn't recommend it. It's not quite the most comfortable for sleeping just yet. Although that would be a good idea. Perhaps on the longer trips, having some sort of car that would be able to... As he kind of begins to mumble to himself as he's rubbing his chin with some new inspiration in his eyes.
Like a mobile, inn or something like that, maybe.
Indeed, yeah. I'm gonna have
Hey,
to bring
how
that
much
up-
would one of those
Milo's eyes
cost?
immediately gleam.
I'm gonna have to bring that up to the bean counter, see if they think that'd be affordable. Could make quite a profit.
Hey, whoa, wait, hang on, let's time out. How much would a mobile inn cost to put on this?
I knew it.
You know, that's a good question. I'm not quite sure. Nothing's ever been quite done about this before. I mean, it probably wouldn't be that expensive. I mean, just to get the transportation cars there were several thousand gold pieces. I mean, just for simple seats as well as a doorway and sturdy construction. For something like that, though, well, unfortunately, I ain't a man of a business like that. I'm just the operator of this here machine. As he then pats the actual engine.
Who do I need to talk to find out?
Well, I suppose that we probably have some correspondence over in Port La Montagne that you probably could chat with. Otherwise, directly chatting with the treasurer, the one who originally conscripted this here machine, would be probably the one to talk to. I was thinking once we return that perhaps I might make a report about that and maybe offer it a suggestion. Especially if they're planning on maybe taking this all the way to Lancaster. Well, it'd be a few days' trip even with this here machine. Wouldn't be a half bad idea to maybe perhaps opt for some sleeping quarters.
Where can I find these engineers in Port La Montaigne?
We'll have to see. I imagine that they'd likely be in the station where we'll be docking here. Speaking of which...
Very well.
Feel
Let's go.
Ready? I suppose I can take you that way. We have a few supply... you have to go back to get some more supplies anyway. As he then kind of looks down the tracks a little bit at one of the other engineers. All aboard! And I suppose you all hop aboard.
Yep.
As you all get on the train, one of the cars, the engineer begins to wave his hand and goes, "All aboard! All aboard!" If you want. So as you all board in, you see as Milo kind of disappears for a second, as he's not in the transportation car with you. As Milo, you make your way up to the engine as you see the engineer you were just talking to pulling some levers, twisting some knobs, and making some final preparations as he then looks out the... He's beginning to look out the window to look behind him as he's about to go into reverse and sees you. Oh! Good. Don't sneak up on a person like that. You give him a right heart attack.
Actually, surprisingly, that would not be the first time that's happened. Or I've done that to someone. Anyways, not important.
Well, you'd probably be wanted to go back to your seats. We're about to take off, and this thing does jolt a little bit. It'll be a little rough on the feet if you ain't used to it.
I've been on chips, I'll be fine. Can I ring that bell?
Oh, he kind of looks over at this chain that's kind of dangling down, and a piece of rope. Oh, well, certainly. Here, hold on to this rope here. Just pull straight up and down a few times, approximately 3 times, if you will. As I
was gonna do it 6 times.
Just let me pull this first, as he then grabs the chain with the wooden handle and goes, yanks it down as you hear whoop, whoop, and then he signals you. All right, go ahead.
Alright, Miles gonna do it 6 times.
As you ding, 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 ding. As he's kind of, as the train begins to move, as he pulls another lever. As the 3 of you in the rail car feel a sudden jolt, as you start moving backwards. As it's a little bit of a weird feeling once again as you're starting to move, but this time instead of moving forward like you would in most carriage settings, for any of you that have actually sat in a carriage, you know that 2 of you would usually be facing forward as you were going, and 2 of you be facing backwards. So in a way, you get that weird sensation of being transported backwards as the train just as it begins to start moving. There we go.
Hey, you know what? Well, once more for good measure. Ring the bell again.
Ding! You're lucky we ain't near town yet. Most of these folks here don't even know what that means.
To be fair, I don't even know what it means, but it's fun, so sue me.
Fair enough. Well, I'll begin working on making sure that this is a nice, smooth ride. If we wanted to return back to the riding car, just be
Very
careful.
well.
Just be careful you don't fall off. Alrighty. Are you trying to do this stealthily or? in exactly what are you partaking of?
Milo, are you stealing the bell?
Hey, don't worry about it.
Like a bell collection at this point.
And so you all, the rest of you, are sitting in the riding car. There's plenty of seats, as there are no other people being transported back to Port La Montagne at the current time. As you watch as the land around you goes by at a speed that you only get to see if you're riding full speed on a horse.
Greyhound's sitting under a chair on one of those seats in a field position, just mumbling, "This isn't natural."
Alright. Talos, Dain, Milo, or Talos, Dain, Greyhound, if you could roll a quick perception check.
Ow. Trying to open.
Dane's just looking out the window, watching the world go by.
Yeah, but you're enjoying the view as you're experiencing sensations and sights that you never really dreamed you'd get to experience.
11.
As you kind of look about the riding car, Talos, you see your allies is kind of in their seats, and you see Dain looking out the window, and you happen to just kind of look out too as you watch the scenery go by, tranquil forests and mountains, as you do see a couple deer just kind of grazing as they cock their head curiously as you roar by on the train before you see as they kind of jump and roll and run off. And Greyhound, you're still a little freaked out, but you're a little more comfortable this time around, but your eyes are still everywhere as you're looking around, making sure that there's no danger at any point around you. As Milo, you are not seen.
Who's being seen? What? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. The rest
But
of you...
Milo's gonna return back to his seat.
Greyhound sees a little phantom run by, now he's even more scared.
It's just Milo in a bed sheet.
Yeah.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
The three of you may wonder from time to time where Milo is, because he's still not with you, but, well, I mean, for the most part, Milo does what Milo does. You know he's a sneaky boy.
Greyhound follows over to Talos and says, "Wait, we need to be careful. I think the train ate Milo. It's consumed him."
Greyhound, you're gonna feel a touch on your shoulder. And it's gonna be Milo right behind you.
Oh, it's you. You got out of the bowels of the train.
You just
Uh,
hold, you're just holding the bell out like a lantern.
No, he's
You
there.
taken its voice.
I mean, would
no,
you have
I
the,
actually
would you have the
I actually
handbell on
don't
you?
have a bell. No, I would. It would be in my bag.
Okay. Yeah, you just see Milo there with his nice, good travel clothes as he's just standing there. He doesn't have any bells. He doesn't have anything else on him. He's just there with Murph's just kind of grinning on his side.
Pops a little pomegranate seed and kind of tries to give it to Murph.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
he just drops it into Murph's mouth.
You see his mouth move a little bit and then proceeds to spit it back onto your chest.
I think your bag's sick.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. No, he's fine.
Can I have some leftovers of the squirrel in my bag?
Sure.
Greyhound takes out the rest of the squirrel and kind of just drops it over Murph sees if he eats it.
You watch as Greyhound just pulls out what appears to be some unidentifiable meat, but it has some light brown hair still sticking on it.
Hasn't that been like 3 days old?
And fermenting.
A tongue jumps out from the bag and laps it up. As the Grand returns to Murph's.
Worst, we're in public. Stop that.
As Greyhound drops back down and is on all fours and crawls back over to his little corner and goes back into the fetal position.
And so you'll enjoy a nice train ride. What are you looking for, Milo?
Double check and make sure that there's no one else around us.
As you look around, you see that you see Talos, who's currently shaking his head after seeing you guys' interaction before looking back out the window. Dain, who's just wistfully just staring out that side of the window, his eyes lingering on La Montagne. And you see his Greyhound just is kind of scuttling about.
Oh, I thought there was more people in here. Okay. But that works too. Hey, Talos,
What?
can I have a word with you?
Sure.
Milo's kind of just walk towards the other side of the train cabin, away from Dain and Greyhound. So, this is gonna sound really fucking weird, but I can prove it, so just bear with me, okay?
I kind of just like cock my head slightly, like, okay.
I'm a part of your family.
Goodbye. I just start walking away.
No, whoa, hey, hear me out. I'm gonna pull out a shield from my bag. Just hang on. And I'm gonna go ahead and pull out the shield.
Give me a quick insight check, Talos. This seems perfectly normal. You feel that
I'm gonna use my lucky point to reroll that shit. that one. I'm like, so I'm down to 2 lucky points now.
and that for a +5 with insight. Ooh, that was a rough roll. With a 9.
Are you fucking kidding me?
With the 9, I do feel that you trust Milo. He seems to be knowing what he's doing. You could sense an increased boldness in him.
Someone's
Like,
fucking with these rolls. Because I know my family. I should have advantage on this because I know my family.
Talos, this shield belonged to your uncle. He actually was in Antiva.
Uncle?
And while my time away, he gave this to me, and anyone that is not part of the Shaxx family cannot hold it without getting electrocuted. So you tell me how I'm able to hold this while not being a part of your family. If you're that skeptical.
As you take a
Well,
look
for the
at
fact that the only ones that are not dragonborns in my family are those that were adopted.
as you look at the shield, though, you do actually recognize, like, an insignia that looks very similar, like that is almost identical to like what your father wore, but with some slight alterations to it.
Hmm.
Like it is the Shaxx family crest, but aside from seeing some small wear and tear, like the actual insignia itself seems to have been either modified or perhaps altered in a way to so that it is Shaxx, but not quite your direct family of Shaxx. You don't quite recognize it, but you do recognize it enough that like it's a little hard to deny that it definitely seems to be like family.
Hey, Dain, can you come over here for a second?
I'm still like I'm still like not very convinced, like fully convinced. Because to Shaxx to the knowledge that the only people that have ever been part of the family, to his knowledge, that aren't Dragonborn are his two sisters who were adopted. Everyone else that he knows of were Dragonborn, to his knowledge.
Plus, you've been traveling with Milo for some time, and in your mind, you're like, if this is true, then why hasn't he mentioned this sooner?
Exactly.
As
Dain,
Danny,
can you do me a favor and touch that shield?
Hey, alright then. You need me to have a look at it or something? And I just reach out and just
Yeah.
grab the side of it.
Okay, and what shield was this exactly, Milo?
It's a while back in our messages. Give me 1 second.
I was about to say, because, like, I vaguely kind of remember this, but, like, I was like, this has been a while.
What was this uncle's name?
Here, probably better if I search shield. Plenty of for that one, but there's one for Namfoodle. In any case, so Talos asks you as Dain starts walking over, he asks you what the name of this uncle was. How do you respond?
Give me a second. I'm trying to find this fucking shield to begin with.
Hey, Talos, I didn't know you had an uncle. If this was a shield, looks a little bit nicked around the edges here, but all in all, it looks like a pretty decent craftsmanship from here. I'll have to grab it myself to have a better look, but I haven't reached it yet. I'm just slowly walking down the carriage.
Lord, how long ago was this?
It's been quite a while.
It's been 82, 84 years.
Something's up with my rolls.
It's not favoring you too particularly today, it seems. So yeah. But with a 7, Talos, as you're thinking back, you're thinking, I don't remember anything. But then, as you are thinking back on it, you do remember something that your sister had told you about about how one of your cousins had been asking her about their father, who was supposedly some sort of like long forgotten uncle of your father, or brother of your father's, kind of one that many like your family kind of didn't really talk about.
Maybe it is that my
Estranged, that's what the word is I was looking for.
estranged cousin, well, a estranged part of the family that I don't think really would be a connection to the main family. Like, my arms are crossed and I'm like, just Chax is just like not really, like, he's like, something's going on here. I don't know what.
Talos, then why explain to me how your uncle Lorid was
Then
so
touch this. I
familiar to you?
I hold out my sigil of my
Fine,
family
I
sigil
will.
to him.
And I grab it.
And you watch as he kind of grabs it, and well, you know that for most that don't carry your blood, it would be quite shocking to kind of grasp onto it. You would start to see, like, for like most people that have hair that obviously don't have your scales, that they would their hair would start rising up, as well as you'd see them kind of starting to shudder and shake a little bit. You watch as Milo kind of grabs a hold of it very firmly and just looks you dead in the eyes.
Hey, if you two need a moment, I'll be at the front of the carriage. Unless you
No.
really want me to check out that shield.
Check out the shield, please.
And how, by chance, did you become part of the family?
Well, your uncle Lorid
An
actually
uncle
had.
that I don't really recall, but according to my sisters, we don't talk about.
Is this really any way to treat family, Talos?
It does when if you've, according to you, have been part of my family and have not said anything.
I figured now would be a good time to surprise you.
Right. I wonder how my sisters would react to this.
Probably just as shocked as you are. It's happened rather recently, also.
Is Dain in earshot of this whole conversation?
Yes.
I
How
mean,
much gold did it cost you?
You're all in the same train car, so yeah.
Greyhound's listening to this, just eating a pomegranate like he's eating popcorn.
I'm trying to figure out where that part was, because I don't honestly remember anything about the shield that you got, but I think that was because that was between you and Justin. Oh, okay, so I found the notes from Antiva here, where you bet on Dain to win the Battle Royale.
Okay, so it would have been after that.
Yeah.
Probably in like the mini sessions.
Okay, there's when you had Namfoodle start to come in just before. Okay, there's when you disappeared for the first time. Down left the statue. There's... Okay, there's the name Lorid, Master of the House.
Oh, okay, here I got it. It's a lot actually sooner than I thought.
I would call him February sooner.
No, like August of this year.
Oh.
Would this have anything to do with the head I received in that box?
Head?
Back at
Hey.
Port La Montagne, the head I received in the box.
Milo wasn't there.
I received a head that apparently was very similar in looks to myself, with a note.
Did the note say?
1 sec. Let me pull that up real quick.
I remember correctly. I think it said you're next.
Yeah, it said you're next. And if you're claiming to be my family, that means that someone was targeting my family, which means you are now also a target.
Talos, to be fair, I have so many fucking people targeting me. Another one does not scare me.
At least in your notes, Milo, I'm not able to find that shield.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a message.
Alright.
Talos is going to take back his sigil and put it back around his neck.
Sounds good. And as you kind of look at the shield as that Milo has presented, as kind of holding it on his side. And you see the very seriousness in his face as he said he wasn't worried about another one. You can see the seriousness of, like, how, even without an insight check, you can tell that in his eyes, you can see that Milo recognizes that he has a lot of enemies, and as a result, he generally does not seem to be terribly worried about any additional ones that could be gunning for him.
If anything, we can take that shield to the Paladin's ward. I should be able to check the paperwork there. It shows a listing of all the paladin of the families that have high-ranking paladins and their family crests and their lineages. We can always do a check against that.
Entirely too many things are ran without ever asking me any questions, Tim.
Or I could send a letter to my sister, see if she can send me the copy of the family tree crests.
Hello, Justin. Good to hear you.
That might be a bit more easier, since she has more direct connection directly with our family tree.
Very well, if that puts your mind at ease, I don't know what more than me grabbing onto your family sigil and not being shocked, or any reaction for that matter, does not show you that I'm not part of your family. I don't know what will.
Talos just shrugs and
train continues to roll on. Sorry for a bit of a quiet delay. We're getting some information across real quick. Try to make sure that we have all of our notes in place.
Dog, no. It's like my dog's getting into something. What are you? Put it down.
Tell your Poochie hi for me and give him a pet.
He's getting into stuff he shouldn't. He found some paper and he's tearing it up.
Ah.
No,
Maybe when
like
my
you
dog
have,
does that.
you have tons of toys to play with, and you decided I'm gonna tear up paper.
I mean, better than tearing up, like, furniture.
Yeah, he knows better than that. Because that first time he tried doing that, he got a mouthful of that bitter yuck stuff.
My dog usually likes to grab tissue paper and just try to eating it.
Mine just
Yeah, it's
apparently
the
likes
same
to
thing as
tear it
mine.
into pieces, to shreds.
I suppose if I gave her the chance, she probably could, but she literally just tries to eat the entire thing. She just starts to chomp, and then I have to grab it out of her mouth before she actually consumes it.
Yeah, it's like, no, I must consume the paper.
My cat does that sometimes with toilet roll instead.
Oh, just like starts batting it and having it all come unloose.
Oh no, she starts chewing on the corners of it.
Oh.
And like the amount of times I've gone into the bathroom and it's just like, what the hell happened here? Undo the toilet roll and there's just like massive chew marks in the toilet roll itself. It's like, the cat's got in here again.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I keep one of our bathrooms just closed in general, so neither my cat or dog can get access to it.
That's what I do as well. It's the family that leaves the doors open.
One of the dogs, we have to make sure the bathroom door is closed. And she's the smallest dog. It's mainly because, for some weird reason, she wants to go in the bathroom and pee on the shower mat.
That's not great.
We don't know why.
Alright, so, of course, as you return your sigil to yourself, you look at the small sigil that Milo has in his hand, and as I stated before, it's basically a family crest, where it very much resembles the family shack's crest, as Milo was then signaling to Dain to come on over to touch it himself. And so you went over. Did you? Were you actually going to kind of grab a hold and take a look? Because it's a sigil about the size of your hand, essentially, something that you would like pin onto your cloak or something.
Well, I haven't seen the sigils. Milo's like, hey, come and check out the shield. So I'm going over to inspect the metalwork of the actual shield itself.
Apparently it wasn't a shield, it was the sigil, my bad.
Was it?
So, the shield itself is a small sigil. So it is in the shape of a shield, but it's not like a buckler or a kite shield.
Okay. So it's not an actual shield, it's a very...
I mean, you'd still be able to inspect it and actually look at it and understand, the kind of metal work that went into it, see if it was even made by these same exact metal workers.
Yeah, I'll do that. And yes, fully grabbing it.
Probably be about fist size for Milo, but honestly, I imagine Greyhound, being as small as he is, he almost could use it as a tiny buckler.
So you grab this item, Dain?
Yeah, I have no reason not to fully grab it. I have no inkling that anything might happen.
Okay. Tim, roll me A D8.
Easily done. That's to be a 6,
You've taken 6 lightning damage, Dain.
which is half by his shield.
Yep.
Yeah, as you kind of grab hold of it in your hand, you, Talos, you watch as...
It feels kind of like a static shock for you, but you recognize that it would do much more damage to somebody else.
Yeah, Dain and Milo, or Talos and Milo, you watch as Dain grabs hold of it, expected. He grabs it, and you watch as all of Dain's hair immediately begins to poof out. His beard just becomes, from its nice braided form, and his looser hairs are nice and slicked down. You watch as his beard just starts to rise up, and his hair itself begins to puff out as he goes, as you see a little bit of energy course through his hand into his body.
If you've ever seen a fluffy cat when they get frightened, it's just Dane's beard is like that.
Yeah.
Just goes to like 4 times the size. You get assaulted by a beard. Ugh. By the ancestors. Milo,
Thanks,
you're
Dain, that's
playing a
all.
prank there.
No, I'm
Give
trying
it
to
one
show,
a static shock.
No, I'm just trying to show Talos here that I'm actually part of his family, but he is
Hey,
reluctant,
family of
which
prank
is
sounds
understandable.
handy.
No, part of the Shax family. As I grab for Talos's sigil again, just to show Dain.
Wait,
Hold it out of his reach and just show it myself to Dain.
You're rolling a history check with advantage, Dain, as you take a look at the 2 sigils next to each other. With a 15, you can see that they are very similar in the way they look. The construction is very close to it, and you could just tell by just looking at the metal. Obviously, one has a little bit more shine to it, the one that Milo has, compared to Talos's, which is a little bit more worn from age as well as just being used in combat and whatnot. But you can see that symbol of Talos's family matches, like that Talos has, matches the one of the sigil that Milo has, except the one that Milo has, you can see, definitely with a 15, you can see that there have been additional things added to it, a few extra scratches into the, or carvings, I should say, essentially carved into the sigil in a couple places to make it, while it looks the same, it makes it slightly more different and unique to perhaps another individual.
hey. Both of these markings look almost identical. Milo's, you got a little bit of extra markings on there, but pretty much the same. I didn't think you two would be related. After all this time, forgive me, both of you, but you don't seem like relatives. You know, Milo, you being a halfling, and Talos, you're a dragonborn.
And to my knowledge, the only family that aren't dragonborn are my 2 sisters.
Well, that makes us 3. Or am I a Dragonborn? Rar.
And you all did meet Talos's
I'll never do that again.
half-elf sister in Lancaster, so you all do know at least one of his sisters, and you know that she wasn't Dragonborn.
Now that you mention it, Talos, I do remember your sister.
Well,
I'll
his
I'll
sister, my
definitely have
cousin
to
now,
write.
but
I'll definitely have to write to her, both of them, and see if I can get some more information about my estranged uncle.
Yeah, because you don't know anything about this Lored.
actually, funnily enough, he left me his manor in Antiva.
And that kind of gets your attention a bit, Talos.
Convenient.
You have a manor in Antiva now?
Yeah, the paperwork's trying to be all dealt with, but yes, I do.
Dangerous place to have a house.
Come on, Dain. It's right next to one of my, literally my first inn. Where else do you expect me to get a house?
True. Like, Antiva's still a dangerous place to have a house, though.
I'll probably think about hiring some protection or something eventually.
Mine's flashbacks to the statues that you had to deal with.
We didn't have to deal with any of the statues.
Not you, him.
No, yeah, Milo.
Yeah, that probably would be a bad idea.
As you all hear a train whistle, as you feel the train starting to slow down itself.
Looks like we're going to be arriving.
Well, come on, guys, and as I kind of like nudge Talos' cousin, we gotta go to Port La Montagne.
Are you?
Still not fully proven.
Are you still holding the sigil, Milo?
I'm gonna go ahead and put it back in my pouch on myself.
All right. Not to say, because you feel something wear off, and you're quick enough to be able to put the sigil back into Murph's as he goes, and then you watch as Murph's just kind of. As the train as you all see the walls of Port La Montagne before you.
Hey.
As you find yourself back at the train station, as you see a couple people are moving in with some supplies as they're loading it up into one of the riding carts. The one that's directly behind where you all are currently, as you see the couple engineers go up to the engine and start working on it.
I stop one of them as soon as I see them.
Yeah, as you all kind of hop out of the train. One of them is going up with a toolbox.
Oh, excuse me there.
Yes?
So I was talking to the main engineer on the train right now about trying to put another cart on. Do you know who I could talk to about that?
Oh, you'll probably be wanting to talk to the foreman. He's currently in the building over there. As he points to right close by where you see that they have what looks to be a building. Kind of wraps around in a bit of a almost incomplete circle shape, where the actual train pulls into the tracks that are embedded in between the two of them. Yeah, I can kind of make a line here.
Fantastic.
To show you.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna run over there.
So of course. He just kind of scratches his head a little bit. There we go. Little train track there. And yoop. There we go. We got train tracks now.
Woo!
And so as the rest of the party hops off the train, you see Milo talks to this engineer quick and then runs into the station. Inside the station, Milo, you see that there's a bunch of people inside, approximately about 10 to 15. Several are hustling about. You see 3 of them are at desks, currently mumbling, and as you kind of listen in a little bit, you hear the mumbling about certain supplies that they need to allocate and resources here and there. You see 4 more currently at what looks to be a roughly sketched map of the region between Port La Montagne and then the location of the Citadel. As you see, as they've marked the location of the rail camp as well, so you see the progress that they made on the actual rail system, as well as you can see what appears to be a sketch of with some notes tacked nearby of like notes saying future potential expansion ? As you see some thinly dotted lines that go up past the Citadel towards Lancaster. What do you consume to be Lancaster?
Excuse me, can I talk to the foreman?
As you kind of shout that out, the mumbling of everyone kind of drops a little bit as they look at you, and they kind of a couple point over to this husky dwarf as he was currently sitting at a desk signing something. He looks up and goes, "What can I do for you? Come on over here," as he kind of waves you over.
I kind of do like a brisk jog over there.
As the rest
Hi.
go back to doing their work and whatnot.
Hi.
Morning to you. What can I
Morning.
do for you?
So, it's gonna sound really weird, but I have a fantastic idea and I want in on it. And it involves your train.
His eyebrow, one of his eyebrow raises, cocks a little bit. You don't say. What about me train could you be wanting, huh? Who are you, anyway?
My name's Milo, I'm a friend of the treasurer's. So, you guys want to make the train go from Port La Montagne to this Starfall Citadel and then over to Lancaster, correct?
The initial plans here say to go to the Citadel, of course, as per the instructions of the treasurer, but, well, the boys and I would have been having thoughts about maybe it expand into the capital. After all, if we can get the treasurer to approve of that, well, we could have ourselves a little bit of a business here. It could really bring forth just a new breath of life to the city here. And perhaps we could make a nice tidy profit off it as well, huh? As he kind of gives you a wink.
And that's what I want a part of. And it's gonna take, what, let's say, like 2-3 days to get there, correct? From here?
Give or take. The rest of our counters are calculating to be so. It does take roughly a week or so just to travel on foot, so long as you don't get held up. But with the new train here, we've been calculating that we could cut that. It's by a fraction.
Yeah, but what at that point it's still gonna take 2-3 days. So what about sleeping arrangements? You need somewhere to sleep, you need somewhere to eat. Come on, you're a dwarf. You need somewhere to drink.
He kind of starts to stroke his beard a bit.
I want to put in 30,000 gold into a train car that's a portable inn.
The sound of the 33,000 and the idea watch his
not 33, 30.
30,000. Okay. As you try to drop that number, you watch as both of his bushy eyebrows raise up. Well, that's a hefty sum of gold that you be offering there, laddie. And he kind of leans forward a little bit. So, what exactly is this here idea? You're talking about, like, say, the transport cart, but instead it has furnishings for sleeping arrangements, huh?
So we'll do 2 different train cars, alright? We'll have one be for sleeping, and then the other one be in, like, a bar. So the two together would make a portable inn, so to speak. Probably put the one for sleeping further back. That way, it's not bothering people, and all the everything can go through the one at the bar.
You watch as he leans back a little bit as he looks up to the sky. As you see, like, you can physically see the gears working in his head as he, like, his eyes twitch back and forth, up and down a little bit. As, like, you can see he's calculating this in his head. Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Now 20.
That makes a lot of sense, honestly. With how much gold you're offering to put down, as well as just this novel idea that you're putting forth. Like, he looks down at you and goes, "Well, there, Master Milo. We bespeak a de Belgar Bender Shield. The head foreman for the train company here. Or, of course, as we like to call it, the Transit and Rail Association and Information Network. And I must say, this proposition that you're bringing, it does very much pique my interest." As a very sly smile comes up to his face. Now, of course, you've been dropping 30,000 gold here. Do you even have that kind of gold to be thrown around, huh?
Actually, they do. However, I don't have it.
His eyes squint a little bit.
The treasurer has it.
And watch his smile kind of goes down a little bit. I see. So, essentially you have this novel idea here, and your funding for it is supposed to come from the treasurer, who we're already getting funding for the train itself.
Yes, however, the treasurer still owes me for a previous dealing I had with him, so he does owe me, what was it, like 38,000 gold as of right now, and I want to use 30 of it on this.
His eye cocks a little bit, or his eyebrow cocks a little bit, he goes, "I'm afraid I didn't know about any of those arrangements of yours, but do you have perhaps any proof then? And some sort of way, because obviously if we're going to start working on this, we're going to need some...
I'm just gonna start slowly sliding the card on the table on his desk towards him.
As he then, his eyes go down to it, as he takes a close look, and his eyes kind of read over it. Well, I'll be damned. Hey, this certainly be one of the treasurer's cards here. As he looks up at you with some sort of amazement. Well then, we'll be sure to record this down and send the information to the treasurer. Are you one that already has a design in mind, or was it just mostly the idea that you had for the card?
Unfortunately, at the moment, just the idea. However, if we do go through with this, I know exactly what to call the two cards.
Aye. Well then. Right, well, I'll get some of the boys working on some designs here then. We're having some cars that we were building up for crafting some additional transportation. Expanding the rails a little bit, Now, we should be able to transform a couple of them into a sort of tavern, dining car, as well as a sleeping car. Hey, of course it'd have to be comfortable. After all, the lads say that be feeling like they'd be sleeping on a ship, so we'll have to see. As he kind of starts mumbling to himself about the logistics of each one, and of course we'll have a way to make sure we're able to actually cook on it. As he just continues mumbling to himself, as you watch as like he's working his brain real hard right now.
Say, I know this can be a long shot, but why don't you have the person that designed the train try to work on it as well?
Aye, that'd be a fantastic idea. I wonder if that nine-foot of Boondingles would be, if he'll have quick correspondence from Ravenscrest. For something like this, a passion project of his, I wonder if he dare be even willing to come over himself and help make her.
Now that would be a sight to see.
Of course, it'd be more than just the one lacking too. I mean, he was the one that helped design us, but it was in partial cooperation with that guild of his, whatever, Artificers guild he has. I'm going to get working on writing up a few things there. And of course, you said your name was Milo Highhill, aye?
Aye, that be correct?
Very good, very good. I'll include you in this note as the original producer of this here idea, as we will, I'll write up a letter and have it sent post-haste to Namfoto there, being the original designer. I imagine he might have a good idea, a few ideas about how to incorporate it properly. Yeah.
That is wonderful news. If you need anything, feel free to write to Mr. Lure from Comet's landing in Antiva. I know it's a bit far away, but while I am otherwise preoccupied, he deals most of my paperwork.
Oh, very good. I'll be sure to contact your business partner then. Well, Mr. Highhill, it's been a pleasure, as he holds up his hand to you.
Mr. Bendershield, it's been an honor, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Hi, same here. And he gives out a paper and a quill and inkwell. You watch as he starts to feverishly start writing.
Milo will slowly just turn around and just start walking out.
Yeah. And so as you walk out, you see as the rest of your party members are admiring the train, as they're kind of still looking at it. Just the whole thing about it still being brand new is just still boggling to the mind's eyes as they just kind of look upon it as you approach them from behind.
Ah, gentlemen, what are we still doing here?
Waiting for you and just checking out the train, to be honest.
Now, Dain, what if you could sleep on the train?
Hey, sleep is good. Wouldn't mind a place to have a nice drink on it, though.
Even better, there's another fucking train car gonna be built, so you can drink on it.
Oh? Well, I might have to try and get some of that, some more of the ale from the treasurer. Maybe we can stock up the train with that one.
Perhaps. We'll see.
Well, as if he has any barrels left. I know they haven't been in production for a while.
Come on, it's the treasurer. You fucking ask for anything, and 2 seconds later, he has it in the palm of his hands.
Aye. But the drink literally hasn't been made. Well, before we disappear from this existence for a while, it literally hadn't been made in about 15 years. So it's about 50 odd years now. Unless they've rebuilt the tap, unless they rebuilt the brewery.
I'm surprised you didn't have a brewery put into Starfall, so you can start making some of that yourself.
Aye, it's there somewhere. I have to find it yet.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't be surprised if during the construction of Namfoodle's area, it kind of got blocked off. Hey, but we'll find that next time.
So where to, gentlemen?
Well, should probably
One sec,
go
guys.
stop-
I got someone at the door.
Alright.
While Talos is communing with Bahamut over there, we should probably go get some supplies. maybe going on the Kraken Skull, but it's still quite a voyage. Be nice to top up.
Greyhound, anything you need to do? Greyhound, are you still in the fetal position and able to hear us?
Greyhound creeps out of the side of where he sits. And he says, I need funding for my
I'm back.
academy.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. I had
And
to-
and he writes down what should be the mission for his academy? 2 silver. I'll do 2 silver. He'll write down on this poster 2 silver for admission.
Dain, why don't you take care of him while you and Talos go get some supplies? I need to send another letter out to Lure.
As he goes over to what's the end's name called? What's the end called?
The Seas Respite.
Seas Respite. Sorry, thank you. He goes over to Seas Respite and he's gonna post his poster. Well, he's gonna go talk to the Bartress first.
Easy enough. As you kind of go up to her, you see Bori Frosthand is currently relaxing a little bit as she's kind of cleaning a few mugs. It's very early in the morning, and you can see that she's already finished up with breakfast as she's currently cleaning and getting ready for lunch. As she sees you, goes, "Oh, you're that Greyhound, eh? The one that is with the rest of the Comet's company."
Yes. Hello. As he sticks both his hands out, completely extended, as he's waving them like he's saying hi.
Aren't you a cute one? What can I do for you? Here for some food, a little drink?
Takes out his poster, smacks it down onto the counter.
Oh, what's this here? As he starts to read. Sort of academy. So what information did you include about the academy in particular?
It's mainly just for it's explaining like how much it costs. Like he hasn't fully put it in yet, but he's gonna be trying to figure out how much he should charge people to come into his academy. But he's saying that he's going to teach everyone the basic ins and outs of how to adventure to increase your likelihood of survival.
Very good. Did you include a location by any chance?
He says Starfell Citadel.
Okay.
He doesn't. Yeah, that's as far as he went.
Well, this certainly seems interesting. A sort of a training camp, a school for aspiring adventurers, I see.
Yes, I have seen too many young ones die. I want to see less of that happen.
Well, I see. Well, that certainly is quite bold of you. Very honourable. And 2 silver pieces just for entry. That does seem too bad a price for it.
Is it too low? Too high?
Well, I suppose that depends. Are you wanting this to just be a simple one-time payment?
Lay down.
They pay 2 silver pieces just to come and learn at your academy, or is it 2 silver pieces per day?
Greyhound starts scratching his head. Looks like he's really thinking about this.
Oh dear. You're not one that really does much business, are you?
No. I do the smashing, not the thinking.
Well, I suppose that I do like your idea very much, and you're trying to start it up at Starfall Citadel here. what I would recommend is perhaps you could find someone to help manage the business side of things. You could be the head teacher, the one that does a lot of the training, but then you could have one that handles the expenses as well as deals with a lot of the paperwork.
Hey Milo.
Milo's not there at the moment, and also Milo does not do paperwork.
Why has
That is the exact reason why I have lure.
He looks at he looks at you and the Bartress and says how good are you at business?
Well, I do happen to run the Sea's Respite here. This establishment is my own, and I'm the one that takes care of it, of course. I'm afraid if you wanted to ask if I could do that, I'm afraid that adventuring establishments aren't quite my forte. I mostly deal with just living arrangements and food and drink, of course.
As soon as she finishes saying that, can Milo kick down the door and be like, how would you like me to buy here right in?
She kind of busts in. She looks at you and goes, Oh, Milo. Hello there. Good to see you again. Do you know that we're currently owned by the treasurer, eh?
By who?
The treasurer, the one you know that you took the job for, that you had to transfer up to Lancaster?
Very well. Good day. As he turns around and just walks right back outside.
I was wondering when that was going to happen.
And she kind of blinks a couple
Graham
times.
just kind of slowly turns back over to you, kind of weirded out, and says, do you know any aspiring business people that I could work with? That are nice people, good people, not mean, smart, and sly people?
Well, I mean, I suppose that depends. We do get some here from time to time. Unfortunately, skillers are hard to quite get a hold of them. But something that, of course, you could do. She kind of starts pointing towards the bounty board. Over there, we do have ourselves a bounty job board. Folks that are looking to hire certain people or certain individuals will usually post up their job there, as well as information about when to come around to perhaps meet up with, and as well as offering some wages. Perhaps you can post yourself up some sort of paper there to advertise having folks come up to Starfall Citadel to be interviewed by you.
Graham starts stroking his bone goatee, his horn goatee, as he's thinking, I'm not gonna be there for a bit, but my family, my family. We got two retired adventurers. They probably wouldn't like doing this for me. They'd probably actually be very pissed at me. I don't like them being pissed at me. They're scary when they're angry.
I imagine so. You said they're two retired adventurers, eh?
Yes. I probably shouldn't talk too much about them, actually. They don't like people knowing about them.
Oh, well, I suppose that's fair. Well, I imagine, though, if you got a lot of your adventure sense from them, if they told you everything that you know, there is a good chance that perhaps if you consult with them, they might be willing to help assist you with starting up your new academy.
That might work. I still need to interview people because I don't know if they'll want to do the business part. All right. As he starts pointing his finger, like shaking, like visibly, like he's trying to. His brain's on overload right now. I'd like to make a job offer for aspiring business people who want to do good for the young and aspiring adventurers.
You watch as he brings out a paper and some an inkwell and pen and starts writing it up. Okay, all right.
They will take 25% of their earnings.
And she cocks her a little bit and goes, all right, and writes that down.
Is that too much? Too small? As he looks at you, trying to gauge her reaction.
Well, I suppose that all depends on exactly how much they're going to actually end up making.
And then he writes in, like in small text, also very negotiable.
I suppose that's quite fair.
We can negotiate payment as well.
All right, looking for aspiring adventurer trainers to head up to Starfall Citadel. Does that all sound about right there?
Yes, as he also slaps his poster down. I also would like this to be right next to it.
Certainly, dear. We'll be here to attach them both together. We'll have it up there on the job
Thank you.
board, and we'll see. Hopefully, you'll get a few interested individuals to head up to Starfall Citadel.
Greyhound's gonna go behind the counter and says, "Thank you, very nice, very nice lady." As he picks her up and gives her a bear hug and puts her down
Ooh.
and walks away.
Oh my! As she just kind of waves her hand on her face again. Oh boy. Well, have yourself a good day. Tell the rest of your friends I said hello.
I will. As he tries to go to the door and isn't big enough or had enough mass to push the doors open, so he gets knocked down.
Oh dear.
I am okay. As he gets up and walks away.
Alright. And so, Talos and Dain, what are you up to currently? Surprise.
I was gonna start heading toward the docks and stuff, and making sure that things are starting to get moving, stuff loaded.
Sounds good. And Dain?
Was it gonna follow Talos as well, I guess?
Very good. And then Milo, obviously you went and kind of appeared at the Sea's Respite, inquiring about purchasing them before learning that it's currently owned by the Treasure, and you know better than to try touching that. So, what did you do after that?
I'm gonna go over to the post office, send a letter to Lure, Lure and the Treasure, saying that, hey, I'm spending 30,000 gold of yours that you owe me for train.
Very good. And so as you've quickly written that up and you sent off your post, give me a quick perception check. $15, easy enough. As you finish sending your post, you kind of turn around and you start looking towards the pathway, the road to the docks, when you see a familiar individual making his way towards the Sea's Respite.
Do I know who it is?
You do, as you see Varys. He seems to be a lot paler, his eyes a little more sunken in, and he looks a little on the tired side, but otherwise he's walking straight up, and you can see his hair still is a little unkempt. Beard is a little bit longer than it was previously, but his clothes are still relatively clean as he's making his way towards the Sea's Respite.
Varys, you alright?
I think he kind of jolts a little bit and looks at you. Oh, Milo. Good to see you again. How did you all get along over at Starfall Citadel?
Everything went alright, I guess. Maldraxxus tried blowing up the Citadel before it was done, but we
What?
stopped that.
As he looks shocked, he kind of bends down a little bit and kind of is like waves you to over to a darker corner.
Yeah?
Careful using that name out in public. We do not want to cause a panic. Also, we do not know who all he has in his services that could be listening in. He looks around, like, cautiously. So you're saying
Varys, I'm going to stop. Sorry, carry on.
It's like, you're saying that someone from his cult tried to blow up the Citadel?
I think his name was like Guy Fox or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
And you watch as he thinks for a second. Oh, thank you, Varys. Thank you. It's good I could always rely on you. As Varys, you watch as his eyes almost just stare off into the distance as he goes, Fye Gawks, Master Explosive, Gun for Hire. Very, very dramatic and very much inclined towards it. As he shakes his head a little bit. Yes. I
Christ,
know.
Varys, did you just like fucking talk to your god and then just pull up their like entire fucking profile in your mind or something? God damn.
He kind of scratches the back of his head and goes, yes, something like that. If you want, you could roll me a quick insight check. And then I'll have him roll something real quick just to make sure. Yeah. Oh, where'd your sheet go? Sorry, I thought I had him up already, but... there you are. Yeah, he rolled a nat 20 on his history. Plus, with everything, with his other particular stats for it, yeah. There we are. And so... okay, so he only has that, so... He matches. As he kind of chuckles and as he kind of, like, chuckles a little bit and scratches his head, you can see a few gray hairs fall out from the back of his head as he scratches, and you hear... He's generally very stone-faced and relatively calm and collected. You feel as if you kind of broke through a little facade there for just a second.
Hey, Varys.
Sorry. Well, I do have a means of acquiring information. I've been able to get a lot of this information. But yes, this Fye Gawks, he is a very dangerous individual. Highly powerful explosive expert. Supposedly, he's been responsible for several different attacks in particular areas, as well as excavation.
I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna say was.
Oh. I assume that means that you've dealt with him then.
No, we hired him to join us.
Are you being honest about that?
No, I'm completely bullshitting him.
Are you trying to be deceptive then?
I'm saying it as like a joke for him to be like, are you sure about that? And I was like, no, of course not. Yes, he's dead.
Well, I suppose I should expect nothing less from you guys. That is very good, though. That's one less powerful ally that he has, as he kind of looks around again. But still, for him to be making such a bold move against the Citadel, he must have heard about how you all have been setting up over there. which definitely corresponds with the information that I've received. As he starts to stroke his beard, he looks down a little bit.
Is that why you look like shit?
In a way, I suppose, yes. I've been exhausting every means to find out more information about our enemy. He is very, very secretive, and trying to locate where his whereabouts have been very difficult. But I've come across a few clues that I'm going to be investigating upon, and I'd welcome you all if you were to join me after. I imagine you're about to head to Anarchicul at this time, yes?
I believe that's where we're going.
After that, I suppose I should ask for permission. My plan is to start heading north. There's a few locations up there that I wish to investigate. Would you be terribly upset if I were to find my way to your Starfall Citadel to perhaps stay there for a few days before making my journey further north?
No, absolutely not. Hell, even if you want, you can take my room. Though if you see anything in the walls, leave a note.
He kind of blinks a little bit. Understood. Well, just to let you know, after I should hopefully be there at Starfall Citadel when you return, but in case I'm not there, I will try to leave a note. But amongst some of the rumors that I've heard, there have been strange rumors that have been crossing the lips of certain individuals. For example, somewhere far, far north of where you are in Starfall Citadel, in between the large forest and the what you've described as the desert of Irataconis, there's supposedly this medical community known as Blackheart's Haven. Rumors have been spreading about something weird happening up there, and so my plan was to perhaps head up there to the north, to Blackheart's Haven, and investigate it further.
Can you show me on a map where that is exactly?
Certainly. Do you have a map? I suppose I do have my map here, but it's a little dated, unfortunately.
You and the party would actually have the map.
I think it's Talos.
Ah. Unfortunately, no, I do not. That would be Talos. If I know him, he's probably either getting supplies or at the trying to find the Kraken skull and setting up supplies.
I see. Well, I'll try my best with my map here. As he then kind of pulls up the map and proceeds to show you. So, as you know, we are here at, of course, Port La Montagne. According to my calculations, Starfall Citadel is located approximately somewhere over here. We, of course, have La Montagne just north of our location here, forming a bit of a triangle. Amongst different rumors, amongst the large forests that are north, as I was saying earlier, I don't know exactly where it is, but supposedly this metal community is located approximately somewhere here. As he points to a particular spot on the map that appears to be forested.
Oh, okay.
And now that he's said that, I'll go ahead and put down a marker.
Keep here, it's completely off topic, but kind of on topic because it's in a forest. But do you know where you can find a dryad? I think that's what it's called.
A dryad, as he puts his kind of starts thinking hard. Let me roll for that. My Adobe is not acting correctly, so let me open up in Google. There we are. Let me see, what would this be? Likely a history check, I imagine. With a masterful check, as always, from Varys. As he kind of thinks a little bit. Ah, yes, Dryad. My, that is a rather curious creature to be hunting. Pray tell, what would you need with a Dryad?
They're hard.
You said they're hot?
Or something like that, yeah.
Well, to give you some information on them, Dryads are fey creatures. They generally do not have much of an alliance towards anyone in particular, but from my knowledge, they do appear to have some resistance to magic, making them a little on the difficult side to kill. Not to mention, due to the fact that they have such a deep connection with nature, that they tend to be quick and swiftly moving through it. According to lore and legend, they supposedly are able to travel through trees themselves.
So they're gonna be found in forest, right?
Most
Is that what
likely,
you're trying to get at?
most likely, yes. There is a fair chance that to the forests to our north here, just north of Montagne, there might be some dryads located in there. Unfortunately, I've not been hunting them myself, but naturally, of course, if they were to reside in trees, it would either be there, or I would have said before the Feywood apparently has disappeared, that the Feywood would have been likely the best location to find them. I will say, be very, very cautious though if you do come across one. There have been stories that the Dryads resemble very fair maidens, and as a result, they can be quite charming. Charming so far as that those who do not have resistance to it may fall under their spell.
Come on. Varys, you know me. How can they be more charming than me?
Fair enough, I suppose. I just feel like I should just definitely let you know.
Say, you don't happen to have a Dryad heart on you, right?
I'm afraid not.
Okay.
It would be quite fascinating to investigate, certainly, but unfortunately they are a bit hard to find, and unfortunately in my travels I have not quite come across one yet.
Okay.
But do tell your allies I said hello. I'm going back to the Sea's Respite to regain some sustenance, as well as make my final preparations to head up north. Remember, it's if you do not find me at Starfall Citadel, then my next location after that would be at Blackheart's Haven.
I was gonna take out a pen and quill and kind of write on his hand. Black. Okay.
And you can roll me a quick history check with the mention of that name. Sorry, I clicked on something. I'll be right back in. With a history check of 12, the name sounds familiar. You have heard of Blackheart's Haven before, but you don't know anything about it.
Okay. Very well.
I shall be going. Once again, be sure to let our friends know that I say hello. And I wish you all safe journey and good luck and Adderchakul. I do hope
Thank
you're
you.
able to
Oh.
aid Dallin.
Yes, of course. Varys, also one more thing I think you should know is that I'm actually related to Talos. He's my cousin.
Roll me a deception check.
I'm being honest about it.
Okay, roll me persuasion.
Damn.
He squints at you, and that was without his bonus, by the way. So with his
What's his bonus?
I won't say exactly, but it is much greater than 1. I'll just say that.
Fair enough.
As he kind of looks at you and goes, "I see. Did he? Is that something he's doing? Is he adopting the entirety of your party within his personal family? That'd be quite a noble gesture from him."
No, he didn't. His uncle that I actually met up with in Antiva, Lorid, actually did adopt me, though.
Oh.
And gave me a manor, by the way, but...
I see. That is quite interesting. I'll be sure to remember that. So then are you Milo Shax now?
No, I'm keeping my name, but...
I see then. Well, congratulations on your new status as a landholder, as well as being a member of the Shax family. I'm sure that you will not do anything to bring dishonor upon him. Talos, and by proxy, I can tell that their family values honor above all else. As you see him give you an eye.
Slowly start walk off.
You see as he gives you a slight grin and a knowing look as he as you don't even need to make an insight check on that one.
Anyway, Varys, it's been a pleasure as always. I do have to be going. I need to do a couple more things before I head back to our ship.
Of course. Safe travels, as he gives you a slight bow.
And I will return the bow as well and say, you as well.
Alright. And so, Talos and Dain, as you've made your way down to the port, easy enough, you're able to find your ship. You see as the crew of the Kraken Skull is currently doing some minor repair and work on the deck itself. You see they seem to have loaded up a few crates as the captain sees you approaching. We've it be Sir Talos and Dain. Come aboard, lads! As he gives you a nice, charismatic, boisterous wave upwards.
I'm gonna head up on the ship.
Yes, Captain. Everything loaded and ready?
But of course. We weren't quite a little expecting you yesterday, but without you coming around, we decided that we would hang around a little longer. Figured you might have got held up by something.
Yes, we were checking up on the new Citadel that was built for us, and unfortunately had a bit of a run-in with an uninvited guest who was had a very loving affection with black powder.
Sounds like a man after me own heart.
Perhaps not, because I don't think you would try to blow yourself up along with everybody around you.
A little bit of self-destructive nature, eh? That must be a
definitely.
very drastic measure there. Or you wouldn't...
Yes. A sore loser, more like.
You must have had him cornered quite well if that was the route he took out.
Yes, there was a very inventive way that he tried to do it. He had a necklace that each bead was contained a spell of fireball.
Oh.
He had 9 of them.
That'd be quite a rare piece of magic there.
Well, he used it all at once.
Ooh.
We're lucky we're all not dead.
Oh, I'd say so as well. And with all your limbs attached to you, I would have figured with an explosion like that. Well, at least one of you would have lost a limb or something. Maybe even a monkey too.
If it wasn't for the quick thinking of our little friend, the one that the kobold you met, he used some type of magic scroll or something, and caused to basically be trapped on him.
Well, quite a quick-witted friend you got there. Speaking of which, where'll be the rest of your allies? Is it just the two of you heading with us this time?
No, they'll be arriving soon. I believe that they each had some quick business to take care of beforehand.
Very well.
Though I would actually wonder if I could borrow a quill and ink from you. I need to write up a letter to my siblings about a matter that has come up.
Well, certainly. Maybe no trouble at all. Then he kind of waves over to one of his crewmates. Aye, get Mr. Talos here some paper and pen, aye. Right away, Captain, as he kind of runs away. Ah, Dain! It'd be good to see you. Glad to have you back on this ship. How's your sea legs doing?
Hey, slowly getting used to it every time I'm here. Hopefully no birds this time, but hey, we never know.
Of course, of course. Now, as I mentioned here before, there'd be a matter of payment, considering the journey we be about to take. After all, we'd be happy to be assisting you, but I do have to feed me crew here.
Of course.
Aye, it is understandable, Captain.
Now, perchance the last time that we took you on board, we had you hired upon as guards as we made our way to Antiva. Now, we don't quite have any jobs scheduled to head to this Enarjakul, although we have heard from quite a few captains that have come around from that way. There is quite a bit of work to be done in that direction. But for what we've heard, there also has been a bit of increased security in the last few days.
Hey, that'd be news to us. We know that we're going over to assist our friend Alan, but didn't know about increased security.
Aye. Apparently, from what I've been told, there was some sort of security incident, and so as a result, the entire city has increased its guard patrols, and as well as their inspections. They've been having a closer look at cargo coming in from the sands, as well as from the port.
Hey, that's understandable. You know, you wouldn't want any misbegotten goods getting into your city.
Of course. Although that does make it a little more difficult to be getting into the city, considering how, according to several of me friends, me mates, they were reported that a few of their unique crew members were grilled quite harshly. There were a couple halflings that got grilled, as well as, of course, some, they were looking for some dragonborn, as well as some dwarves. Can't say I would know why they'd be looking for such specific individuals, but let's just say that if we were to sail into their port, well, you and your allies here, they might be questioned a little more than usual, if you get me drift. He gives you a wink.
Hey, I appreciate the heads up there, Captain.
Not to say that it'd be impossible to smuggle you into the city, but complications like that do have to run a premium.
Aye. That's around. I can see that. Well, best be getting the whole group together before we make such decisions. But
Aye. I say that probably be a good idea. We have a few final preparations to make now that we know we'll be heading off soon. So, we'll wait for Master Milo as well as that's a grey one that you had with you, the kobold.
Hey, Greyhound.
Aye, that'd be his name.
He'd be an odd fellow at times, but he's a good one.
I can tell that in a fight he's going to be a fun one.
Hey, very much so.
And as he gives you a nod, he goes like, "Alright, scallywags! Begin with the anchor over there and start working the mast. We'll be heading out soon." As he barks out orders as, what are you now doing, Greyhound?
And I guess we'll get going and try and find everyone.
Sounds good. You remember, it was easy enough as you remember that your friends were going to be heading down to the port, so you follow behind until eventually you locate you locate Dain and Talos aboard the Kraken's skull. Easy enough.
Graham starts waiting till you guys like, "Hey, I got this!" As he's running towards them.
Well, tell us, we found Greyhound.
I can hear that.
As Graham gets over to them, he says, "Nice bar lady says hi."
Very good. It's always nice when words are not my strong suit.
Yes.
But yes, 'tis
And
nice.
Greyhound's like, before he steps onto the boat, he kind of just takes a big step, like he's trying to savor every single moment before he puts his foot on there. And he's like, until he steps in. I feel like he's about to get smite or something.
As you do, you immediately feel like the ground begin to give way as like everything is rocking, and you're just like, as you feel every bob of wave from below the water moving the ship and moves you at the same time.
Brown grabs onto the ledge for dear life as he's about to throw up.
And Milo, what are you doing now?
It depends. How much time do I have?
I mean, your allies are currently, well, at this point, like, Talos and Dain will have been at the ship for a while. At this point, currently, Greyhound would be making his way, and it would probably take him roughly about 10-15 minutes to get to the ship. But, of course, you wouldn't know that. You were at the post office, so close to the market district.
I'll send you a message.
Ready? And I'm making my calculations currently. Oh man, it's been such a long time for that. So while he's going to be writing out that message, I am currently finishing up calculations on how long the trip will take, as well as the cost for transportation. So I have, of course, our sailor list here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's why I wasn't asking you what the cost would be straight off the bat.
14. So that'd be 15 total, with 3 of them having a high-end thing. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'd say Easy enough for your second request there. As for the first one, did I? I feel like I might have had. Let me see. There was a clothier. There was a peddler. A carpenter. Merchant. Grocer. There we go. Shopkeep. Farmer. There she is. Oh wait, nope. That's the wrong city. Baker. There you are. So as you kind of look around, you do actually see a shop that upon you enter, you see a female human there. She's dressed in a dirty smock. She has gloves, a pair of goggles pushed up on her head, with dark skin, hazel eyes, and long, wavy, light brown hair that is tied into a ponytail. As she kind of looks over at you and gives you a nod. Good morning there.
Good morning. I'm trying to find a refill or a couple of things, and Milo's just gonna write down a piece of paper kind of close by what exactly he's looking for.
Oh, I see. Well, I could probably whip up one of these real quick. And you're wanting to learn how to make it yourself?
If that would be possible.
She kind of squints an eye at you. You don't look to be one that seems to be fluent in this kind of work. Is it just a hobby, per se?
Yeah, hobby. I don't have a poisoner's kit in my bag or anything.
Well, I suppose I could. I am familiar with one of these types here, so I should be able to whip it up for you real quick. But I will say and warn you that if you were to try making this yourself, the ingredients, some of them could be hard to come by. And, well, if you don't, of course, as a disclaimer for any and all who try to do so with something like this, results could vary, as well as the fact that it could be dangerous if you don't know exactly what you're doing, huh?
That's fine. How much?
Let me see here. And let me see if Justin has a note for this in particular. It said in that message. Alright, let me see. Hopefully he's still available. And then after this, was there anything you were doing?
Get a bathroom I can use by chance?
Well, I suppose that you are doing business with me. I can allow you. We got ourselves a powder room just over there.
Fantastic, thank you. I will be right out.
Certainly. I'll get to work on your order real quick. As she begins grabbing a few supplies and starts working. So after a few minutes, of course, of work, you whip up your outfit, and of course, you look absolutely impeccable and fantastic as you kind of exit, and you look at the young alchemist that she starting to finish up with a single dose. Here we are. How many doses of this were you wanting? Due to the nature of the materials and the effect that it does, it will get a little expensive. I'll have to quote you roughly about 300 gold per dose.
Yeah, that'd be a little higher than I was expecting. How many doses do you think you could fit in, here?
And what are you holding up? Is it the bottle that you drank out of before?
Yes.
Give me just a sec to calculate that. She kind of takes your empty bottle and holds it up. Ah, I see. Must be the original bottle here. And of course, it costs a little bit more because, as I said, some of these ingredients are a little hard to come by, and the process is quite volatile, so makes it a little more difficult.
Hey, that'd be fine.
And as for this particular bottle, I mean, it is a little bit on the small side, so I believe that I could fit just a single dose inside this bottle.
Aye, very well.
If you were wanting, of course, I could produce some other bottles and other. I'm sorry, it's a little distracting. Why do you have an accent now?
I'm sorry?
You went into my powder room and changed, and upon coming out, you now are talking completely differently. Is there something I missed? And she kind of looks at you quizzically.
I don't know what you be talking about. I've always had this accent. Have you never seen a pirate when you've seen one? I mean, sailor.
Roll me a deception check. With disadvantage. Oh,
17?
Same both ways. Oh lord. Alright, let me check. She squints her eyes at you and goes, "Do you think I'm some kind of fool? I very clearly saw you go into my powder room, and I very clearly saw you come out again."
Aye, no doubt, but I've always had this accent.
She shakes her head a little bit and just, it's your business. Whatever your business is, your business. But yes, unfortunately, 300 gold per dose.
Aye, does that come with the recipe or no?
Like I said, it is a little dangerous. I was able to create that, but the recipe will cost you a little more. Since it doesn't require much of any ingredients, just the instructions. For that, I would quote you about 25 gold.
How about just 300 for all of it? I'm in a bit of a hurry, and I got to go.
Roll persuasion check. Woo! Fine. Your bottle here is still mostly full. By my estimation, I believe that you have 2 doses in here already. I had to use a little bit, about half a dose to essentially figure out exactly what was inside of it. So for a dose and a half, as well as the recipe, I will go ahead and do 300 gold.
Hey, thank you.
And so you hand over the gold. She hands over a full bottle as well as a small slip of paper that has the instructions for it. Now, I will say that if you do take that recipe to any proficient alchemist, and so long as either you or they have the ingredients, if you're not able to make it yourself, they would be able to follow that recipe in order to recreate it.
Aye, thank you. Now, a sailor need to be off.
Of course, fair winds to you, sailor.
And to you as well, madam. As Milo's gonna run off to the ship. As he knows he probably doesn't have much time.
As she gives you a wave, it shakes her head to herself as she goes back to her wares. And so, as the rest of you, as you're getting yourself situated, Talos, Dain, and Greyhound, if you felt like it, you would have had a chance to put your bags away by your cots, where you're very familiar with already. And after a few minutes of you hanging out there, you all are back up on deck as the captain is finishing preparations. Now, will it be Mr. Rail? I imagine that he shouldn't be too long away.
Hey, I thought he'd be here by now. Not really sure where he's going or what he is.
As footsteps are heard on gangplank.
Ahoy there, Captain!
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Welcome aboard, Rail Whitfoot. You're just about
thank
to
you,
take
Captain.
off without ye.
Now, why would you go and do something like that? Can't leave
Hey.
your own crew behind now, can ye?
Well, of course not, but we do have ourselves a very busy schedule, which would be taken off for an Article. But first, if I could get ye and you rest of your crewmates into me cabin here, I believe we be needing to discuss payment.
Aye, very well.
And so as you all kind of enter his cabin, you can see as he he's got a nice looking table with chairs, as well as a few trophies and decorations leaning up here and there. But other than that, for the most part, everything still seems to be relatively similar to how you saw it previously. As the captain takes a look at you all and goes, it'd be good to have you back aboard again. It's never quite as exciting when we don't have you aboard. But, nevertheless, as I was saying to Talos and Dain here, getting into the port of Anarchakul be a little more complicated than what you've been imagining. Things have been changing upon the waters. Things are happening that none of us are quite so sure about. For example, over in Anarchakul, they've been increasing their security. They've been looking for folks that share quite a similar description to the lot of ye. And so there's been a search of not only the merchandise, but they've been inspecting and interrogating each of the crew members. It makes coming in and out of that part a little longer than normal.
That will complicate things.
But I'll have you know that I be not a captain without a plan. You see, installed aboard me ship, I do have a means of hiding things that don't want to be found. When we get upon closer to our approach to the city of Anarchakul, we could stash the lot of you, maybe perhaps in some barrels or similar crates of the such, and have you stowed away with a few of the rest of our freight that we've been carrying. We'd be able to smuggle you aboard off the ship onto land without them being able to tell if you be there or not.
Probably best then to leave the horses here then for their safety.
We didn't bring the horses.
I thought we did.
You had brought the
No, I took-
horses on the ship, and so they're currently in the in a stable in the city.
Okay, my brain kind of went, wait a minute.
You're good. You're good. It was kind of skimmed upon last.
Alright. That sounds like a plan. As long as there's a barrel that's big enough for someone of my size. chuckle at that.
You don't you worry. We'll be able to take care of you. Might have to do a crate for you, and the rest barrels, but we'll be sure that you're well taken care of.
Sounds like a plan. Best we can do with for now.
I'm not quite sure what we'll be coming across when you get there. Things have been stirring since the last time you sailed with us. Turns out by taking out a pirate's lord, a bit of a vacuum was occurred, where a lot of other small-time pirates were trying to rush into that one isle that we've commandeered, trying to make themselves the new pirate's lord, but thus far no one else has been able to step up. And rumor has it there'll be other pirate lords that took notice of the missing one, but besides that, they haven't quite taken any more of a keener interest.
Maybe they're worried that if they provoke whoever dealt with Dread Roger, that it might bring more attention to their business.
Aye, mayhaps. But unfortunately, rumor hasn't gone strong enough to give us any more details about that. Although, I will say, as his eyes turn to you, Rail, I did have a few of me mates, a couple other captains that came up from Antiva. They'd just gotten back after sailing from that, and quite curiously enough, there's been some sort of disturbance up that way. They told me a tale of how as they had just left the port, that there was a few explosions that occurred near the docks of Antiva. Quite a few buildings started catching fire, but apparently they couldn't see who started it or how far the damage spread, as they had sailed far enough that they could still see the fires, but not know exactly what all was affected. Strange times be upon us. Between this business and Artificers, as well as in Antiva, the ways have been getting far more dangerous. Not that there'd be any problem for us and me crew, mind you, but I feel as if you should know what you're getting yourself into.
It does seem that everywhere's starting to get a little bit more dangerous in these last few months.
Aye, that it has. Now, as for, of course, the terms of payment, I hate to, of course, do this to you, and mind you, I will be giving you a bit of the friend's discount, but in order to make sure that we're able to still break even and make a little enough just so we can keep the ship in tip-top shape, roughly we calculate that it'll be about 5 days of travel to get to Antarctica from here. And I do request a fee of about 5 gold pieces per crewmate to accommodate for charges, of course. As a result, I calculate that it'll get you about 375 gold pieces for your trip. Now,
Rail's just gonna take a bag and just drop it on a table, like, aye. There be.
I know you could count on ya. Now, of course, if you wanted to, of course, help work around, we could, of course, credit you back some gold. But by paying you to 375 for the trip, you all can relax if you wish during the trip. But of course, if we were, say, attacked by any other pirates or sea creatures, it would be appreciated if you were to hop into the fight. After all, I know you couldn't resist a little bit of fun.
Hey, it's gotta be interesting.
Maybe we should stop sailing your ship. Getting to know us a little bit too well.
I don't quite know what you'd be referring to, Mr. Ale. In any case, though, with payment concluded here, as he slides the gold bag into a drawer of his, y'all can get yourself nice and situated. We'll be setting sail soon. As he gives you all a nice toothy grin.
Very good.
Well, go on, get out to me cabin. I've got a few final preparations to make.
Well,
Greyhound wobbly walks out.
Yeah, and keep an eye on that one there. I feel that sea legs are far worse than yours, Mr. Dain.
Well, you remember how I was when I first boarded.
Oh, I certainly remember that.
But a pleasure as always, Captain. And I'm gonna slowly make my way out of the cabin as well, following Greyhound.
Let's get to writing my letter. Smooth sailing.
So as you all exit the cabin, and Talos proceeds with his pen and paper to start writing up his letter. The rest of you, I assume, just kind of hang out on deck.
Rail's gonna go ahead and start helping with all the lines and whatnot.
Sounds good. You can roll me. Oh shoot! What do we have to you roll for that again? It's been a hot minute.
I believe it was sleight of hand.
I think so. That sounds right.
21.
Easy enough. Just as if you're riding on a ship again, you get back with the rest of the crew, and you see a lot of familiar faces as I give you a wave. Ah, ahoy, Rail! It'd be good to see you again. Welcome back aboard. As you proceed
Keep it too long.
as you proceed to work the riggings with them. After a few minutes of you've helped to ensure that the ship is all strung up correctly, and a few of the crewmates are now currently at the anchor as the Captain Keth Barbosa exited the cabin and goes up to the wheel and goes, "Avast, me hearties! Raise the anchor, drop the sails! Let us catch some wind and take off to the sea!" As you hear a resounding "Hi, Captain!" As tick, 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 as a few crew members start to work the anchors, they draw it up. You hear as the sails become unfurled and catch the wind, as the captain spins the wheel, as you feel the ship lurch just as it turns heavily out of the docks and out into the open water. And what a feeling it is as you all take back into the sea. As you all feel the wind in your hair, you smell the salty breeze in your nostrils as the waves crash upon the side of the ship. You all can't help but feel a little bit of comfort and happiness just kind of being here.
Except for Greyhound.
Yes, of course. Should probably bring that back up again. as you all will get to see again a map that you haven't seen in a very, very long time.
Hooray, map time.
Years ago.
One second, I gotta reload my page.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, it was popping up an error on my page saying,
Oh, that's not good.
there we go. So, roll 20 is loading.
Loading, loading. Talos is loading.
It's like loading parameters. Error.
Yoop.
Ah, yes.
As you all are now aboard the Kraken's Skull. I just forgot a few things. A sec. Boop. And now you don't see anything.
The crew just comes over, put bags over all of our heads, and just disappears.
Avoid.
It's like, sorry, my lads. But the gold was like too much.
You didn't think that. You didn't think that it'd be that easy to get across the sea.
Hey, Lord
Yeah.
Thanatos be paying a pretty penny for your heads.
Besides, those rules are the pirate. Those codes only more of guidelines.
Aye, the pirate code be more of like guidelines.
It's like we've been shanghaied. I don't even know what that word means.
Talos.
Yar, you've been Antibad. Alright, so, as you all are aboard the Kraken's Skull, the waves crashing upon the hull as you all see the very familiar sights between the cannons and, of course, the crewmates hopping about. It is a very welcome sight after so long, as the ship sails across the sea. And you look behind you as you see the visage of Port La Montagne quickly disappear upon the horizon.
Whew.
And as it does, I would like one of you to roll me a D100.
Hey, shall do it.
And it rolls a natural one.
Don't
Hey,
you
I've done
dare
that
put that
before.
evil on us.
Yeah, I've done that before.
It's like I think everyone just goes silent. Thunder starts crack of thunder in the background.
Yeah, you don't bring that juju in here.
You remember the last time you were on sea, you rolled a nat 1.
Yeah, that's why I said it. I was like, it's like we're going to have a great time rolling that one. Oh,
How dare you try to bring that juju on us?
As you proceed to sail, you're not going very long before you begin to pass by a peninsula that digs deep into the waters. It's one that you remember passing by previously when you went to Lever Antiva. Although, I'd like you all to roll me a perception check as you're going by it this time.
Perception.
Whatcha? 13.
23. Finally getting a good roll.
Very nice, very nice. So everyone but Greyhound sees this. Greyhound, you're a little bit too low to the ground, and you're still a little freaked out, but the rest of you, as you're just kind of going about, Rail, you are helping work some of the ringing, but you can't help but notice this, as Dain and Talos, you definitely take notice. On the edge of the peninsula, as the ship kind of sails a little close to it, as due to the nature of it, and Rail, you would definitely know this, that this particular part of the water is a high-trafficked area, as it's one of the shortest routes to get from Port La Montagne out to the main waterways of the ocean that would then travel to anywhere else on the continent. The peninsula nearby, as you can see, one would think that perhaps it might have something, perhaps some houses or anything else. You remember last time it just mostly was relatively empty, but this time, as you are passing by, the three of you do happen to look upon this peninsula, and you see that across the beaches, you see what appears to be a lot of poles sticking up out of the ground, and upon each of them, you see bodies.
Hey, Barbosa, who be doing that?
I imagine that to be one of the nearby armies or naval crews. As he kind of gives a nod towards it, you look at what appears to be a sign in very broad, very big letters, as it's easy enough to read, as you see "Pirates Beware." With the loss of Dredge Roger, the fear of pirates has diminished quite a bit, and so several crews and several others have become bold, taking on pirate crews by themselves, and, well, as you can see, that there appears to be an entire crew, an entire pirate crew that either got killed out here in sea and dragged ashore, or perhaps they were captured and then executed. Hard to say. As you basically see that they are just all hanging from these poles, and some of them are in metal cages, a few of them are just hanging on via rope.
That's the risk with the life they chose.
Aye, it'd be a good thing there ain't be no pirates on board here.
Aye, that'd be the good truth. In any case, we'll have to make sure that we'll be careful, because, to be honest, I imagine that there'd be pirates upon the shore there, but you never know. Some folks' sense of justice be skewed in a way, and they sometimes see others as who they truly aren't.
Be a grim way to die, though.
Aye, and to be dragged away from the sea. 'Tis no crueler death for a seafaring man.
This is a Greyhound is nearby in the field position.
With that grim sign passing by, you all continue upon the ocean as the seas continue to come by, as the ship continues to hug the landmass, as the ship continues trying to make its way into the channel. As the hours pass by, what are you all doing aboard the ship while time passes?
I think Shaq's gonna be pretty much making sure, like, going through his gear, making sure things packed and ready to, like, to move if anything happens.
I think Dane's just going to be chilling out at the front, just watching over the waves and just keeping an eye on things, really.
Keeping an eye out for giant birds.
Yeah, that's why I'm hanging next to the ballista.
Sounds good.
He's got like 1 foot like wrapped in the nearby.
Some of the
what's it, in
rigging.
nearby, yeah, the rigging and the rope piles nearby, so that I'm not gonna get taken off.
Roll me a perception check, Dane.
I'm too focused on just staring.
Just pose quite poignantly as you just stare out into the sea. A few of the crewmates take a look at him and go, "Hey, what if he be a poet? He's got that look about him."
So his mind must be on very
Aye.
deep matters. And it's like, look out for the bird, look out for the bird, look out for the bird.
And meanwhile, go ahead and roll me an investigation, Talos. And Rael, I assume that you're continuing to help the crew out with the sails and the rigging.
Hey, that'd be correct.
Very good. I'll let your earlier check continue with the 21, as you're easy enough. It's easy enough to. Oh dear.
What the heck?
Yikes.
That's an unnatural 1.
I'm confused.
You rolled a 2, and it's -1 because of your stats, so that's a 1.
I'm debating if I should use a point to re-roll that, but at the same time I'm like, what?
Go ahead.
That leaves me for the day down to 1 lucky point.
That's a little bit better. As you start going through your stuff,
Jesus.
you feel you suddenly feel the waves beneath you, and you were at first starting to feel seasick again, but then you just kind of brace yourself, like, "Ooh, okay," and you take the moment to take a look at your gear, and everything seems to be there for the most part, but your mind seems to be more focused on not getting seasick again, because you remember the first time that happened, and you got sick the first day.
That wasn't pleasant.
Alrighty. And then Greyhound, anything that you're working on in particular?
Greyhound's gonna go out fishing.
Ah.
Jump into the water and use his cloak and manta ray to
Jump
grab
straight
fish.
out into the water again. Oh god.
That's Cloak of the Manta Ray. He does have enough speed to keep up with the ship. Go ahead and roll me a survival check.
He's not gonna explain to anyone. He just jumps over. Okay. Survival. 12.
12.
20 fish.
As you begin to swim around, you see that there's a lot of tiny fish swimming around here and there. Most of them are small enough and slippery enough you're not able to quite get a grip on them, but you do manage to find a fairly large fish, roughly about a foot long and perhaps maybe about 2 pounds in weight, as you quickly swim up behind it and you manage to snatch it with your teeth before you jump back up onto the ship like a dolphin, just and you flop onto the deck. And the rest of you, as you just kind of look over, you see as Greyhound flies from the side of the ship and begins to flop on the deck like a fish.
Rail's gonna stop working for a couple of seconds, look at him, and be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then go back to work.
Graham looks at him with a fish in his mouth.
Alright.
And you have a fish that is good for 1 ration.
Nice. Greyhound eats it.
It is very cold, very salty, but quite tasty.
He gets in crisscross applesauce, just eating a fish, trying to keep his mind off of that he's on a moving object.
And then, yes, of course, Rail, as you just go back to work, you feel quite comfortable on the sea as you take a look around and the salty air just fills your nostrils. Everything feels nice in the world at the moment.
And then
And so, as the day gets later, eventually the sun begins to set as you start to see a few of the crew members starting to go down below deck as a few of the night crew members begin to come on up. Including a drow that heads up to the crow's nest that looks at you all and goes, "Oh, hello. It's good to see you all again." As he bows his head a bit and climbs up the to the crow's nest. And so, what are y'all doing?
Greyhound's gonna climb onto the crow's nest as well now.
Easy enough. As you kind of climb up to the crow's nest, you mosey up next to the drow up there as he kind of looks at you and goes, "Oh, a kobold. I haven't seen one of your kind in some time."
Is this the drow?
Yes, this is the drow.
Greyhound's gonna look him up and down and see, and try to size him up, see if he's a coin of Gordon.
Go ahead and would that be insight? Yeah, roll insight.
23.
As you take a look at this drow, you can you hear in his voice that he's putting on some kind of voice when he's talking like this and whatnot. You realize that it sounds very fake, like a Englishman trying to do an American accent, or vice versa, an American trying to do an English accent. But you can see that he's got good kindness in his eyes, and you do not sense any evil coming from him.
Ground takes a deep breath and climbs back on. It's a good thing you're not one of them.
One of who?
Huh. One of the coins. As he kind of just looks off.
He blinks a few times and... Oh, well, glad I'm not one of the coins either. What
So,
is a
how long
coin?
have you... Oh,
And he
Greyhound just looks at him, surprised.
yeah, he just kind of like, just talk, like breathe, like almost like under his breath. He's asked that, it's like, what is a coin? Like someone that has money?
You don't know who the coins of Gordon are, but you're a drow.
He kind of looks up to the sky a bit and then says, "I know what I am. I'll have you know, though, that, well, yes, I did originally dwell in one of the Underdarks. I'm not from around here." I come from Stoma, originally. And unfortunately, while I know that many of my kind are not the most accommodating, I myself worked hard to be a better person than most of my family.
Greyhound says in undercommon. Well, that's good to hear. Very admirable.
He gives you a slight smirk as he looks at you. Alright, mate. It's been a long time since I've had anyone speak in me language. As he responds in kind. And you hear his voice change completely when he does.
Ah, so there's your real voice.
Aye, when you
So
come
what
from
you
the
do-
land down under, then not a whole lot of folks take kindly, especially not to this kind of voice.
Ah, yeah. So what's got you being here with some pirates?
He kind of looks at you and goes, I don't know what you're referring to, mate. We are just a bunch
Right.
of sailors.
Greyhound just looks at him with a blank face. I know.
Well, the captain, he's taking care of me, and he's taking care of the crew. He's a very good man. He does what he can for us, and well, I follow him to the ends of the world. Not many around take kindly to my kind, at the very least, but well, with him, he doesn't seem to care for that. Oh, crikey! I mean, how do you feel when you're out in the overworld and having to try and communicate with the lightskins and those of the overworld?
I think they tend to view me kind of strange. Don't know what makes them think so, but I just be myself. I think they're a little soft when it comes to being in the dark, though.
Aye, you got that right. Gotta say, I found that to be quite similar to my experiences. I had always watched me back. As they used to say in the Underdark, if you don't watch your back, one day you'll look up and you'll see a dagger coming for your back, and then it's good night, Eileen.
There's always a saying in where I'm from. Keep the one next to you within your eyes. Because if you're making the higher quota, they're gonna take them.
True words to go by. It's nice to have someone like you on board. As the rest, well, you may not have noticed quite yet. Your friends most certainly have, but are the only one of my kind here on the ship. The rest, we all come from all over, but well, let's just say that it gets a little lonely sometimes.
Ah, well, you think your captain might want to help out in an academy?
I don't know about that. That's something that'd be on the land, eh?
Yeah, I think I've been wanting to start an academy to help some young adventurers or people who are trying to look into finding a better life, raising their chances of surviving. And I think I might need some people who know more about the ocean than I do.
Oh, I imagine if there's gold to be made in it, the captain could certainly be interested, but well, I know he's one that's hard to be removed from the ocean. The ocean be his home as it be most of ours.
Oh, I'm not saying he needs to leave the ocean. Maybe just every so often when he comes by, talks to some of the students who are interested in having some ocean life.
Well, fortunately I'm not much of a navigator myself, but well, I do believe that there's a spot of water that makes its way close to that there Citadel of yours. Mayhaps that.
Greyhound immediately looks at him. I didn't say anything about the Citadel. Really balks up. No.
Well, not this time, but you said it previously. You know, when you originally took the job, or took the Kraken's skull to Port La Montagne.
Yeah, I was just making a joke. That's all.
Hey, I suppose that if perhaps a dock created that leads over to the Citadel, and well, mayhaps that the captain could be inclined to take you up on your offer.
Yeah. And if you think you have any knowledge to pass down, and you get kind of tired of this pirate life, why don't you come over to my academy? I'm working on finances, and once I get all those sorted out, I plan on paying my teachers well.
And he kind of like thinks about it and nods a bit. Hey, perhaps I'll think it over a cold one.
What is this cold one?
Oh, a beer, like a drink.
Greyhound immediately just takes aside. Oh, thank God. Oh, I thought it was some kind of monster or something.
No. That'd be kind of interesting. I never thought I'd be one to bringing up any ankle biters, but that'd be kind of interesting if the captain brought on a few to train up to be better adventurers.
Yes. And hey, it'll be some honest work too.
Always something for
Be
that.
good cover as well. Who would be a evil pirate if they were helping out some students?
Hey, I take offense to that. Whoever said that we were evil? Have you ever heard of us doing any sort of wrongdoing, eh?
No, I'm just saying some people think all pirates are evil. And that job might be a good cover.
Certainly something to think about.
Alright, well, it was nice meeting you. Since I saw a Duro walking by, might as well check up on him. Make sure I don't need to slit his throat. As he says that casually and just takes his hand out to shake his hand. What's your name? I'm Greyhound. Greyhound Oric.
Be quite gnarly to meet you. I'll certainly be thinking about it. My name... NPCs.
It's either Toriel or yes to it.
I think it was Toriel. Let me see here.
I'm pretty sure I have his name on here.
Yeah,
No,
I think
Toriel
it's
was the wood elf.
Let's
Oh,
just yes to it then.
Yep, yes
I
to
remember
it.
you switched them around at one point.
Me mates call
I
me
do have his
Yasuit.
name on here.
Yasuit Riley Nya. Let's just call him Yasuit.
I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to spell that last thing right.
Yeah, I can post it in your thing.
Alright, thank you, because I don't think you ever told me his last name.
No one ever asked.
Yeah. Well, it's nice meeting you, Yasuit. Yamanya.
Riley Nyar. Riley.
Rylan Ya.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go into the bottom part of this boat and hide in the corner because moving objects scare me. Modes of transportation. As he hurriedly climbs down.
He kind of shakes his head. He just kind of begins to look around and just kind of chuckles to himself as you make your way down the crow's nest.
As he finds a nice cozy corner and curls up into a field position.
There's a true blue one. as he proceeds to look across the seas as the ship continues making its way. Meanwhile, the rest of you, I assume, are down in the ship, making yourself comfortable with between food and getting yourself ready for bed.
Aye, and what's it? Chatting to the crew and such.
Yep. Just kind of getting the storing everything and just kind of chilling.
Sounds good. You see,
One of the things Shaq's learned is to whenever there's nothing, like there's no real need to do anything and everything's just rest.
Indeed. You definitely see a few familiar faces as you take a look. You see Farkas, one of the human sailors on board, as he is happily sees you. Toriel is down there currently finishing up a meal as he's about to get ready for bed. He kind of looks over and inquires, so we're about to head over to Dallin, right? You think he's okay?
Aye, that we're hoping so. Last we heard, he was getting into possibly a little bit of a scuffle over there, so hopefully nothing too bad.
Hey, he was a good friend last time we sailed together. I'd hate for something bad to happen to him.
And he's got his brother over there now as well, so...
Oh, I didn't know he had a brother.
Aye, neither did we until we got to another cool himself.
Well, I'm glad that they were able to be together. Hopefully, I imagine they'll probably be taking care of each other then.
Aye, hopefully. It's the reason he went back was for his brother, so...
Aye, makes sense.
Hopefully we can get to them in time.
Well, this here ship is one of the fastest that's around. We'll be able to get you there before the week's over. Just hope that he's able to keep himself out of trouble until then. As you all continue to finish up your meals. Forgot to hide these areas. Bloop. Ignore the curtains being pulled.
It's just Albert being very open-minded with his stockroom.
And so, unless there's anything else that each of you wish to do, you all can benefit from. You can all get yourself a long rest in.
Hey.
So I'll take that as no one has anything else.
Greyhound falling asleep in his fetal position.
Dain's also asleep. He's passed out on the cot.
Girl's got nothing.
Tess is just enjoying the food.
Sounds good. Cleaning up after the food familiar face appears as you see Steve.
It's Steve.
Oh, hi. Ahoy there. Good to see you all again. I haven't seen you since the last time we took you back to Port La Montagne.
Talos, this is for you at this point. Dane's passed out.
Yes, in quite a while. How have you been faring?
I have been faring quite well. I've been officially welcomed as part of the crew now. Currently, the cook's, of course, official assistant. He made me as an official assistant cook. At first, I wasn't quite
good.
sure if it worked out for me, of course. You never know quite what you'll get when you, well, of course, come from a life like I led and get welcomed by another crew. But
At least now you have a second chance.
aye, that is. And don't think I've forgotten who I have to thank for that. Ye were the one that took me in and then, well, protected me from those other two allies of yours. Those
they
two,
could-
those two brothers.
Yes, they're a bit overzealous, but at least it's shown that my judgment was sound.
Whatever happened to these two brothers anyway? I haven't heard a word about them in a while.
I'm not quite sure. They're currently, I believe, in the capital.
Maybe they were all the way up there. Well, so long as they're far away from me, works for me. No friends or anything, but they make me quite nervous.
They are quite keen with their abilities, so with their line of work, that's to be expected. One sec, guys. I gotta mute for a second.
Of course. As he just kind of goes, well, I hope you all enjoyed the food. Have a good night. As he packs up the rest of the dishes and heads back to the kitchen. And so, what is Rael up to?
Rail's gonna make sure that everything that he's doing is all sound for the next round of people coming along, and as he goes down, gonna start pulling out what was it? A new set of clothing that has been worn.
Oh. Rael's got himself a new outfit.
Yeah.
Aye.
And so, Greyhound and Dain are currently asleep. Greyhound is kind of curled up on the deck somewhere near some ropes. So, currently, well, only Talos would be the one to see at present.
Oh, good.
Let's see. And so, as you head into the living quarters and you essentially change into your outfit, you hear Dain snoring over in the corner.
He's not changing into it, he's just gonna be taking it out to take a look at it.
Okay. You kind of pull it out to take a look at it. You hear Dain snoring in his cot over nearby. Just like...
Dain, shut the fuck up.
No. It's just gonna roll over. Can't tell me what to do, Dinosaur.
Fucking, what did he call me?
Maybe Forge Master, but you're not my dad.
It's like, you're not my dad, you're not my dad.
That's a terrible hammer! Forge me another one! Back in my day, we had to use our bare hands to forge the metal.
Go jump in the volcano.
Oh, Lord.
I was just kind of watching this for a little bit, like, what the hell?
Yeah, so you kind of look in, as you're watching this, you see as Milo's pulled out some new clothes that you haven't seen before, and is just kind of looking at them.
Just like Talos just taking a sip of his drink while he's just watching this insanity. Like, what, trying to figure out what's going on.
You see as he takes a sip, Milo and Talos is taking notice of you and your new outfit.
Cousin, how are you doing? It's been a while since we've talked.
What's with the new outfit?
What, I can't wear new clothes? Sorry, I didn't realize that wasn't allowed.
I'm just asking. I haven't seen it before.
Could be used in emergencies. Figured I would take a look at it now, rather than make sure there's nothing wrong with it.
Emergency? Why would you need clothes for an emergency? Like magic or something?
Do you not know what I do?
I try not to.
Understandable. can't blame you for that.
It's like, I try not to.
But, yeah, okay.
It makes Talos' life a lot easier trying not to.
I feel like a lot of us can relate to that. And you watch
Fair enough. Probably it's best as you don't know.
You watch as Talos finishes up his drink and then makes his way over to
Just
his
like-
cot.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's like drains it, puts it down, and just walks away.
And then before too long, you also find yourself getting to bed as you all get to fall asleep. And hey, Ryan,
What's up?
could you roll me 2 d20s real quick?
Oh God, what's going on?
Nothing.
Fuck.
That'd
Any
be
modifiers?
Just do straight ones. A 19 and an
30.
11. Very, very, very nice. Not so much the second one, but you make do. All right. You all benefit from a long rest. And upon the morning, as you wake up,
that's what that was.
you wake up to the sun shining in through the portholes as the waves crash upon the side of the ship, Once more, the salty air still around you as Talos, you get sunlight directly through your eyelids.
Oh gosh, it's like why? Sunlight, why do you mock me?
And as you kind of start to wake up and pick yourself up, you see as a few of the crew members are finishing up meals at the table before making their way to cots. As you hear scuffling up above the ship as orders are being barked, as people are continuing to do their work.
So they just kind of roll out of bed, just trying to decide ugh, fine.
It's like,
Wake
fine,
up.
I'll get up if I have to.
I don't want to, but I have, but I will.
And as you all get up and proceed to have a nice breakfast provided by the crew, it's a hearty, mushy oats with some grog and a few other nice hearty, but not the most tasty of food. It's passable.
Breakfast. Dang it. One sec, guys. I gotta reload the dang page. It keeps saying that Roll20 is having issues.
Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's that little red border message across the top of the page.
Most curious.
There it goes. I think it's because there's no activity for a while. It's like, hey, you've lost signal.
Alright, and after a nice hearty breakfast, you all make your way back up to the deck of the ship. And you see Captain Barbosa currently manning the wheel as he's barking out a few orders. Yar, adjust the sail a few degrees to the port side. Ye over there. Head over and pull the rigging, and just making some more of his usual commands to help keep the ship running at full efficiency. As you all see that you've made your way into the entrance of the channel.
Anything we can do to assist, Captain?
Nay, we be sailing quite well for the time being. Of course, if you could keep your eyes out, it's always helpful to have a few extra eyes beside our crow nest, ensuring that we don't get attacked by anything.
Very well. My orders. And Talos takes up post over on the side of the ship to keep an eye out.
Dain's gonna head onto the, was it starboard side?
Sounds good. And so as you all take up positions and greet the morning day as the sun shines up behind you, and you look onward into seeing the channel of water. Barely see the side of the land to the south of you, and you can see a little bit more of the land just to the north of you as the ship is making its way through the channel. And with that, someone different, I'd like you to roll me a D100.
I'll do it. 1 sec.
Interesting. Most interesting. Let's see
I don't like the
what
sound
you
of that.
got.
All gonna die.
All right. As you continue to travel along the channel, I'd like to have a perception check from either Talos or Dain. Yeah, or both could do it.
That's just both.
Sec.
Dain, you're just
Wait.
wistfully staring off into the water.
Birds, 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 birds.
It's like regular bird, regular bird. Is that perception?
Yes.
Oh no.
Yikes.
Oh no.
The
Not
day,
again.
the day seems to pass by uneventfully as you get up to the afternoon. Meanwhile, what are you up to, Greyhound?
I'm starting to get used to it, but he's just walking around right now, trying to still get his water legs right now.
Sounds good. And Milo, are you doing anything?
Yeah, I'm helping with the rigging.
Alright. Now, you both can give me a perception check as well now. Ooh. You both will see this, but Greyhound, you see it first. As you're just kind of walking about, Greyhound, just kind of getting your sea legs. You think for a moment that maybe looking at the distance will help you kind of get your balance back. You and Milo then notice about the same time, you see what appears to be some debris in the water. A large floating log. And after a moment, as you stop it, you kind of double take a little bit, the log has a lot of bumps on it. And then you realize, wait, those aren't bumps. That looks like men.
Are they manly men?
Well, they don't have any shirts on. Their pants look ragged. As you kind of take a look at them, they look very much like they're sunburned. They're just kind of draped over the side of the log, and they are not looking great.
So I can't do a flex off against them.
You'd sure try to. I don't think it would be a good idea, but
No, wouldn't. I'm just joking, my guy.
And yeah, that's what you two see, a log with a bunch of guys on it.
Sounds gonna yell down and say, "Hey! Are you guys alright?"
The sound of noise. A couple of them jolt a little bit as they look up weakly.
I'll take that as a no.
they're mummies. Fuck.
As the captain looks over the commotion. What seems to be the commotion?
Seems to be that there be some men stuck in the water.
Huh? Castaways, you say?
Twould appear so.
As he kind of goes to the side and sees the four of them kind of dangling onto the log. It looks a little rough there. What say ye? Shall we provide them with some assistance, bring them aboard?
That be your call, Captain. After all, it is ye-boat. And
He looks
I
at
only
you.
pay for our crew.
Yeah. What's your terminology there, Mr. Ale? This be me ship. She be not a boat.
I do apologize, Captain.
You feel a bit of a cold sting from his words as his normal jolly demeanor just kind of dropped a little bit there, and you see a little bit of his half-orc side come out a little bit there. What say ye, Mr. Talos? Shall we save these here castaways?
Of course. Talos is already getting rope.
I figured as much. Raise up the sails, bring her in a little slower, and let's help them get these here parcels aboard. As he calls out to the crew, and the ship begins to slow a little bit as the log begins to drift further away. How do each of you work to get these men aboard?
Talos is gonna try. Talos is gonna try throwing a rope to see if he can get it at least over toward them.
All right, athletics check.
All right, 1 sec. Athletics check.
Yeah, with 11, you throw it out that way. You're a little short of the log, but it is within range. But as the men don't seem to have much energy to be able to get off the log.
Greyhound, grab the rope and tie it to the log.
Hey, Captain. Alright, would I need to roll for that?
As you kind of jump off the side of the ship, I assume you put your hood over your head as you activate your Cloak of the Manta Ray.
Yep.
You're able to easily swim over to them and grab the rope. You bring it over to the log. You see the 4 men. They're looking a little on the thin side. You can tell that they have been definitely floating about for a while. And essentially, you see an open spot on the log where you could tie the rope if you wanted to. And that would either be a survival check or a sleight of hand.
Let's see which one's better. Survival.
18, very nice.
18.
You kind of take the rope and you do a dolphin jump over the log as you wrap the rope around, as you spin around and the log, and quickly get the rope attached by tying a quick knot as you and you pull it taut, and you feel very confident that this knot will hold on the log.
Oh, now, hold on. I'm keep an eye on you guys, but keep as strong of a hold as you can on it.
Okay. As they just kind of moan a little bit of affirmation. As Talos, you feel the rope in your hand become taut.
Alright, I need some help to pull this log.
I'm gonna go over and help with Talos pull up the log.
And as you kind of go over there, a couple other crew members move behind you to help grab the rope as well. As you all can make an athletics check with advantage.
Alright, just a sec.
Ooh, 20 from Dain.
Alright.
Dain is
Hey,
ready
this
to
thing.
pull.
Athletics is one of the things I'm actually good at.
She's like, alright, time to do some heavy lifting.
$22.
22. And so, with the work of everyone else, you both very deftly heave on the rope and just, as you, as Greyhound, you kind of hang on to the back of the log as you feel the log being quickly pulled towards the ship until eventually the log is brought up right next to the side of the ship.
Please
Alrighty.
on board.
And so a couple of the crewmates drop down a rope bridge as a couple of them begin to go down there to grab some of the a couple of men and carry them back up until eventually all four are kind of brought up, and then they are proceeded to be taken below deck to the quarters with the cots to be situated.
Let's make sure to get them some water and also see if they have any injuries that need to be tended to.
Hey. If they be able to talk, try to find out some more information about what happened to them. See if they were attacked, or perhaps if their ship just sunk, as so happened.
Aye, Captain.
And the rest of you, lower the sails again and bring us to full speed. As the ship begins to move quicker again as the sails unfurl a little further and ship carries on. Meanwhile, below deck, as you all proceed to, whoever proceeds to go down to the rest of the crew, you make your way to their cots as you see the four of them have a couple of the crew members, including Steve and the chef nearby, tending to them as they're giving them some water to sip, as well as a few hard crackers to kind of start help get them some sustenance.
I'll go down and talk to him, especially since I have some training in some basic first aid.
Sounds good. So as you go down, as you take a look at them, go ahead and roll a medicine check.
Sure. Medicine check. It's not what I wanted. Why are you acting as if I'm typing? Nine?
With a 9, as you have a look over them, you don't see any physical injuries that are on their body, but you can tell that they are very weak, very frail at the moment. You can't tell exactly how long at sea they've been at, but they definitely seem to be dehydrated and hungry. As they slowly start to shakily take cups of water and bring it to their lips, and a few of them are struggling to take some bites of some food. There's a couple of other crewmates take a look at you and go,
Think you could answer a few questions?
one of them took a sip of water. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Where are we?
On board the ship, the Kraken's Skull. We found you floating on a log.
He kind of. You see some colors starting to return to his face a little bit as he's struggling to keep his eyes open. Where would we be heading?
Well, we are currently heading back toward another cool. Though hopefully we won't be harried by on the way.
Never heard.
It used to be the kingdom of the old Fey Forest before. Apparently, there was a war. Some nasty dragons.
Be pirates.
No, we are I'm a paladin, but the rest of them, I believe, are merchant ship. Delivering supplies and such.
You see as his face kind of relaxes a little bit, hearing all that. Lads and I were worried that if anyone were to pick us up, it'd be pirates. They'd force us to work for them.
Kidnapped.
Aye. Any seafaring man that be lost at sea runs the risk of becoming a slave himself if they get picked up by the rogue ship.
Horrible.
If ye be merchants, then salvation has come upon us. As all four of them seem to drift off to sleep one by one. A couple of other crew members are chatting to them. They leave a few glasses nearby, as well as some rations, as they kind of look at you. They be probably needing their rest.
Agreed. They say that they were kidnapped by pirate crews and forced to work for them.
Quite curious state there. I wonder what happened to that pirate ship. What if they got thrown off, if they weren't doing their job proper, or if perhaps their ship sank?
Or they could have they could have just decided to make a run for it and without making a plan ahead.
We'll be sure to have a few of the boys keep an eye on them, make sure they have what they need to recover. I imagine after a night's rest they might be plenty recovered enough to be able to talk. As a few of them could take a washcloth of water and dabs it on some of the sunburned flesh. So, as those of you on deck watch the log they were on just slowly float out into behind the ship, back into the channel. What are the rest of y'all doing?
Dane's just kind of chilling out on deck, keeping an eye out for anything else that might be floating nearby.
Bird.
I'm just gonna go on to the
Bird is
As
the
well.
word.
Greyhound's gonna go up to the crows next. He's gonna basically watch around, try to make sure there's no more stragglers.
Ahoy there, little one. As you come across a wood elf.
Hello. Does Greyhound know Elvish?
Good question.
I need to go look at my proficiencies and languages. He doesn't. That's kind of disappointing. All right. Hi. I'm just coming up here to make sure there's no more stragglers out there that need help.
I'd be looking out for myself as well. Didn't quite see anything else. Not quite sure. Well, I didn't see any shipwrecks or anything of the sort nearby, so I imagine they must have been floating around for quite a while.
Yeah. Well, still worried. Gotta make sure.
Imagine so. I'm Tariel, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Tario. I'm Greyhound. Greyhound Oric.
Oh, nice to meet you, Greyhound Oric. Are you a new crew member? I don't quite recognize you.
Nah, I'm I'm with Comet's company. I've been adventuring with them for a little bit.
Ah. You be friends with Dallin, then?
I haven't met this Dallin. Although I actually haven't heard anything about him either.
Oh. Well, you see, and I know very much Rail down there, as well as, of course, Dain and Talos. They had another companion. He was another Dragonborn, much like Talos there, as he kind of nods down to the deck. This is Dallin. He was a good friend of mine. He used to hang up here with me at the on the crow's nest from time to time.
Oh? I must have good eyes then.
Aye. He was one that was proficient in firearms. We have ourselves some cannon down below, but and he kind of brings up from the side of the crow's nest on a strap a rifle that looks similar to the one that you saw back in the Citadel, that one Fye Gawks was wielding. But this one seems to be much less complex. Seems to just be like you see a barrel, a wooden stock on it.
Graham picks it up and starts sniffing it.
You smell what appears to be salt, some like a little bit of salt on the actual gun itself. The stock itself seems to have absorbed a little bit of the salty air. But aside from that, you can smell a little bit of gunpowder residue from the actual firearm itself, and a little bit of lead.
Ah, okay.
He was quite proficient with these sorts of weapons here. He had himself a bit of a smaller one. He seemed to be well versed in pistols. But I helped him out with a few rifle, help getting familiar with rifles.
Now I'll tell you what, I don't remember that.
Well, he would look through the scope
right.
and everything else, like with Yasuit.
Yeah. Alright.
Last I remember, he had himself a companion too. He came with on one of our last trips. This Namfoodle. He himself were also a rather proficient fellow with firearms and whatnot.
Now, I have heard that name before. I think he made that horrible train thing over back yonder.
Oh, a train? Afraid I ain't familiar.
A horrifying thing. It moves on a track.
Oh. Some sort
And
of...
it carries multiple people.
Oh, it would be some sort of, like, land ship, then, eh?
Kinda.
That does sound kind of horrifying. How does it move about without so much wind, then?
I saw him throwing coal into something.
So it requires some sort of fire, then?
Maybe. It does puff up a bunch of smoke at this one spot.
That'd be right odd there. To each their own, I suppose. But he seemed to be a bit of a tinker. I wouldn't be surprised if something like that were his make. He himself were working on repairing this some sort of fancy rifle that they found.
Ah, alright. Well, I'm not one for rifles or anything, but I can do this. As he creates a psychic knife in his hands
Ooh.
and just throws it off into the distance.
Oh, you be proficient with magic yourself then, eh?
Yeah, but that wasn't really magic. But this, as he which spell should I cast? That won't hurt him.
You roll for it, you roll a 1, the entire ship sinks. Game over.
Oh, Jesus.
TPK. He just lifts his psychic dagger up as he casts a flaming blade, and while he smacks his book and screams on top of his lungs as his psychic dagger bursts into green flame.
Ooh.
And he doesn't use it on anyone. Magic.
Aye, that's certainly magic there. Oh, you've got yourselves a set of lungs. Yeah, what's be going on up there? Yeah, shoot
screwed up.
Be there at issue. Nay, Captain. It be just Greyhound showing me a few of his tricks. Try not to sound so startled up there, then. We're about to call an alarm for this whole ship. Hey, and he shakes his head and goes back to the wheel.
It makes my magic stronger.
Hey, Captain, that's just Greyhound.
Hey, quite a spitfire that one be, aye. And Yasuo just kind of looks at you and goes, that's quite incredible. We have ourselves a few folk that know themselves a few spells and whatnot, but we mostly rely on good hard steel and shot to get about our jobs about defending us.
Well, I mean, I'm not the most proficient of magic right now, but I'm working on it.
You have something to attain for then. That'd always be good. Well, it'd be good chatting with you, but I should probably get back to keeping an eye out around. Make sure that no one's trying to sneak up on us, eh?
Right. And I shall look for stragglers. As he starts sniffing the air.
Roll a perception check.
Watcha.
19. As you sniff the air, you get a whiff of a lot of salt from the seawater around you, but you do get some whiffs from the wind that blows in from the north, and you smell a little bit of trees and some plant life from the far, far distance, but as you sniff about, you cannot smell of any, at least any smelly land-breathing or air-breathing creature within the vicinity, aside from those that are on the ship directly.
Oh, well, I'm not saying anyone. I'm head back down. See ya.
Aye, fairly well. I'll be seeing you around.
Yeet, as he goes down.
Alrighty. So as the rest of you proceed to just kind of take it easy on the ship, the sun begins to set as you all feel that it's time to bedtime is around. After, you all find yourself below deck, enjoying a nice a meal of stew this time, with some fish and a little bit of bread.
Well, I'll let everyone else choose what they're going to do first.
and Dane's going to enjoy his meal for the moment.
Easy enough. As Dain chomps away, Rael, you're down there as well eating food, and Talos, you can't help but to keep your eye switching back over to the 4 men that got saved, making sure that they're alright. As you see, most of them seem to be relaxed. For the most part, though, they're very much asleep, trying to regain their strength.
Still put forth will enslave others.
Hopefully they'll make a full recovery on that one.
And how'll be the dinner today? As Steve pops up out of nowhere.
Excellent.
Aye,
Steve, long time no see.
aye, Master Dain. I believe you were asleep last night before I could come and retrieve the dishes. Glad to see that you be awake this time. Good to be seeing you.
Aye, good to be seeing you too. Yes, sir. You're still. What is it?
Aye, I still be sailing with Captain Barbosa.
Well, that's fairly obvious there. You and the crew still getting on all right?
Aye, much better now that we've had a few extra weeks to get to know each other. This crew be one of the better ones I've come across. The last one I had, the captain wasn't too terribly nice, and of course the one that he had to answer to, that Dredge Roger, that's nasty business that.
I will not want to go against him again.
Nay,
Very angry shark man.
aye, that certainly made a change around the seas around here. Without him in charge, a lot of the pirates in the region have kind of scattered.
Aye, it did look like there's been a bit of a power vacuum.
Aye, unfortunately, it has affected us too much. We've had rather calmer seas around as we've been doing our jobs, transporting goods around. Pay's been decent enough. I've actually been started to get paid now.
Aye, that's good to hear.
Before the captain said that I had to make do of the damages that my crew and I made against the ship previously, but I think we've been long enough and I've been working hard enough that they've fully accepted me into the crew and went to my actual pay.
Aye, that's good to hear.
Aye, a little bit more than what I was making before, which is nice, and the treatment to be far better.
You and Elbert getting along?
Aye. Of course, I'm still quite a gruff man, but you know good old Elbert. He likes to focus on his cooking. And I'd be working closely with him now.
Aye, that's good.
Anyway, I'll get these here dishes out of your way as he grabs a few of the plates and mugs and begins taking them back towards the kitchen.
Aye, very good.
As you all finish up your meals and the night grows late, you find yourself making your way back to your bunks.
Okay, well, if no one's gonna talk about what they're gonna be doing next, Greyhound's gonna go over to the captain's room. He's gonna knock on it.
As you knock on the captain's quarters, you hear the jolly voice of the captain go, "Hey, ye may enter."
Graham struggles to open the door and open it up. Hello,
How are you there?
it's me.
Hey,
I have
ye be
a-
Greyhound.
have a- Yes, that be me. Now, I would like to ask you a question.
Oh, certainly. I be one that might have a few answers up my sleeve.
Now, I've been working towards creating an adventuring academy for aspiring young adventurers or people who are just trying to start a new life. Now,
Aye.
I could use some people on the sea that could give some adventurers who want that knowledge to be taught. Now, I'm not asking you to be there permanently, but I'm just asking for whenever you're nearby to stop in and maybe talk to my students, teach them a thing or two, and I would compensate you every time.
Well, ye be speaking me language with compensation. Per se, exactly where be this here school?
It'll be nearby Starfell Citadel.
Aye, that'd be the that location that your friends be making their new home, aye?
Yes.
Be quite interesting. It'd be a little far from the sea, if I remember correctly. I had to travel across the land in order to reach it, eh?
Well, I might be able to. Well, I don't have the funds for it right now, but I might be able to create a way. I might be able to find a way for you to get over there, or something that we might be able to do. We have a train system. Well, now, don't know how long it's gonna take to might be able to do that. Bring it over there to the sea, but it doesn't take very long to get back and forth.
He kind of he kind of rubs his chin a little bit as he looks at you. I dare say that I be quite a busy man. We do take quite a bit of jobs transporting goods around, and it does pay quite well. But there do be times where some of the jobs start to dry up, and we don't always have the amount of available work at hand. It would be nice to have a safe part to come upon to get a little extra work on the side. As he kind of looks at a map. Whereabouts this map would this Starfell Citadel be, aye?
Greyhound climbs up onto his shoulder and points to where it is.
Ah, there she be. Well, according to me map here, there does appear to be a bit of a rather small channel just to the west of that there citadel. There be a chance that perhaps if your citadel could create a nice proper dock for us to use, we might be able to enter through that there channel, and perhaps we could provide you some of that service you'd be asking for.
Thank you. And just between you and me, as you start speaking in Thieves' Camp, it would also be a nice cover for anyone who might suspect you to be a pirate.
Yar, yar! As then Thieves' Camp replies, "Yeah, we be doing just fine without that, but never hurts to have a few extra covers." As he gives you a grin.
Nice. All right. Well, thank you for considering it, and I look forward to getting your complete answer.
Aye.
And I shall start working on that doc.
you might have a sanded stone that connects directly to me. Once you get yourself situated at that ourselves Citadel, get that there academy up and running, you can just have him give me a sending. And I'll be seeing how soon I'll be able to make my approach to assist you.
Shall do that. Farewell. I need to curl up into a fetal position. Yeah, I still haven't gotten used to being on a boat.
Well, I bid thee a fair night. Try to get yourself some rest.
Aye, and you too. As Greyhound struggles to open the door back open. Open the door back. I can't speak right now.
Yeah, you just kind of hop up, and the door swings open with you with it, and you just kind of hop down as the door closes behind you.
Aha. As he goes off into a corner and just goes into fetal position and immediately just falls asleep.
Anyone else?
No, not really. Talos is just kind of like after finishing his meal, just getting himself ready for bed.
Sounds good.
And Dain's gonna check out his equipment and do all my usual stuff.
Sounds good. Go ahead and roll investigation. 13. As you take a look at your stuff, everything's pretty much still there. You like to keep your stuff nice and tidy, and you don't see anything out of the ordinary.
Very nice. Well, with that, Dain's gonna go pass out on a bunk.
And then for Railed Whitfoot.
Real's already asleep.
Very good. And so as
He's had a long day.
Long day.
Long day tying up ropes.
Yeah, sailing be hard work. And so as you all take it easy and you find yourself falling to sleep, you once again benefit from a long rest, regaining any spell slots as well as any things that need to recharge or what have you. And upon the morning, as you wake up, Talos, you hear some murmuring coming from the other cots that have a few of those brand new sailors that have kind of joined onto the ship.
I'm gonna try listening in.
As the four of them are kind of leading up, they look at each other. You hear as the one that you were kind of talking to starts to explain to the others. They go, "Hey, where be we? What happened?" As he kind of goes, "Easy, lads. What do we find now? The ship, the Kraken Skull, has picked us up. They be a merchant ship. They don't seem to mean us no harm, and they be heading for some place called Antarctica. That what's in the seas be that? We don't know. How long will we be able to see? There's a little lucid there for a bit there, but last that I could recall, it had to be at least a week. Ugh. We could be literally anywhere. Aye, but at least we ain't at the bottom of the sea. Aye, there's that as they nod their heads. And they'd be kind enough to provide us with some food, as a couple of them hold up some hardtack and dip it in their mugs and proceed to crunch. Just like the captain used to make them. As they seem to be taking it easy and just kind of getting their bearings.
Oh, very nice.
Talos is just like silently listening and like laying in his bed and like.
Dane's just gonna start mumbling and just roll over for a minute.
Kind of just like still listening and see if he can pick up anything.
It's very quiet.
Yeah,
Indeed, it is.
As you kind of listen in, you see the crew member, the 4 crew guys that you picked up, the 4 sailors. They look outside at the porthole through, and look at the sea, and then see a little bit of land off to the distance. As one of them kind of starts saying, "It'd be nice not to be aboard that one ship anymore. Dreadful captain that. We were lucky to get away with our skins. Not sure where that one ship came from. It came right out of nowhere. Took out a bunch of them pirates, gave us a chance to escape, but honestly, I'm surprised we did escape, especially to survive that. I never did quite get to see their colours, but any enemy of the pirates would be a friend of ours, I suppose. They could have at least been more careful about their shot. Took out a few other of our mates with that one blast. You can't blame them for that. It's when you take a few shots at a loaded ship, you know there's going to be casualties. But still, could have been any of us. They all just continue mumbling and nodding to themselves. Eventually, one happens to look over and see that you're you're kind of listening in and staring. Hi there. What manner of creature be ye?
Dragonborn.
Dragonborn? Like one of the mythical dragons? Be ye a baby dragon? As the other 3 now cock their heads and look over.
I chuckle at that. It's like, no. Dragonborns originally came from a land far beyond here. Were made by the dragon gods to be their servants, but we escaped and eventually made a place for our own here.
Well, I remember you were I thought I was just hallucinating. Sun fever, have you? I did quite either the one that I was talking to yesterday, or 2 days, however long ago, Twitter.
It was earlier today, yes. And it's completely understandable. Even though there are many of us, we're still considered quite rare here.
I'd say so. I'd never heard of your kind before.
Yes, then some people sometimes confuse us with dragon kin, which are more similar to dragons than we are. But we have similar abilities to dragons, as we can. Some of us, depending on our scale color, can breathe fire or lightning, like in my case.
I think I'd be needing a drink. My head's starting to hurt.
I kind of chuckle. You all should rest up soon. Just glad to see that you're all doing better, and at least you're no longer in the dire straits we found you in.
We certainly appreciate you picking us up from you've been sitting on some debris from the ship we were on before.
I'm guessing you were attacked. I'm guessing a pirate. There have been lots of pirate activity around here since the pirate lord was killed. So I'm guessing they most likely ambushed you and your crew.
Although we weren't sure if it was pirates or not, we didn't get to see them. It was just lots of explosions, and then before you know it, some of us got knocked off the ship. We managed to find a bit of a mast, I think it was a thick log of some kind. You were all just
attacking. being attacked unprovoked like that, most likely was either pirates or could have been someone, or could have been privateers, or who knows.
Me mate here be thinking that we were out there for just bobbing about for well over a week. Honestly, we did see that we got close to land a few times, but unfortunately, we had neither the energy nor the strength to get us to there. Otherwise, we would have been back on the shore long ago. As he kind of looks at himself and is like, ugh. Sees all the bright red skin on him.
You've been out there for...
You've been out there for about a week or so. Hard to tell, though. You kind of in and around, so you just lose track of time. But we appreciate you coming to our rescue, and many others would have just left us there to float. I'll tell you what, perhaps later when we can find ourselves with a map, we might be able to figure out where exactly we were and maybe give you a pointer about where you can head. Clearly, that old ship that we were on ain't doing no one no good. And if they did sink, I doubt that whoever sank us had the fortitude to go down into the depths to retrieve whatever was sunk. We could probably give you a bit of a heading to head towards if you'd be feeling like doing some treasure hunting. And the rest of you can hear this as well, as if you're still down there eating. Well, except for Greyhound, who's just kind of around.
Wait, is this in the morning?
Yeah, this is the morning.
Oh, I thought it was like in the middle of the night.
No. You all got yourselves a long rest. Did I forget to mention that?
I also had to do something, so it could have just been me not hearing it.
Oh yeah, it's currently the morning.
Okay.
You all are enjoying breakfast.
Alright. Greyhound's there to hear then.
Alright. Oh yeah, as Talos is talking, you all get to hear this as well.
Excuse me, mister, are you pirates?
The fuck?
Not again. I'm just gonna slowly turn and look towards Milo.
As they count, the few of them kind of look over as well. No, we be not pirates. We were sailors that, we were on another ship before we got attacked and boarded, and we were given the position that we either be forced upon their crew or meet a watery demise. Clearly, we didn't have much of a better choice, so we boarded their ship and had to serve under them for some time. Till eventually that pirate ship got sunk and we got flung off with them.
Oh, I see. So your boat got sunk.
What do you look like right now, Rail?
He looks like himself, but he's just talking as if he were a child.
But not in the typical Rail fashion, I'm noticing, and everyone else, like the rest of your party, kind of is taking note of that as well.
Why are you talking funny?
What's going on back there?
What is that
sorry.
noise?
My dog is playing with a toy. She wants me to play with her.
Oh, I was like, what the heck is that noise?
Got the Doomslayer
Yeah, she's got
back there.
Doomslayer.
Sorry, I be sawing this here board as one of the crew members is currently sawing up a board.
Yeah, I'll mute myself.
Rip and tear until it was done.
In any case, we appreciate you picking us up. Who be what are you the captain of this here ship?
No, the captain has his own living space above.
Oh, before too long, we'll have to speak with him to make him know what happened to us and see if he'd be willing to drop us off at a safe part. Because not to venture or anything, but you mentioned something about this in our Dracul, and well, we be not familiar with that part. Probably have to stick with the captain until we get somewhere else.
It's quite a ways from here.
And nevertheless, as they kind of start to lean back a little bit. Well, you think I'll be getting some more rest? I think so too. Well, we appreciate it. I think we'll be getting ourselves some more rest here, if you don't mind. Afraid that we don't quite have our strength about us just yet.
Hey, we'll finish up here and leave you to your rest.
Hey. As they all start to lean back in their cots, and before long you start to hear snoring again.
Thank God.
They've been through a lot.
Mr. Arel, what by the ancestors was that?
They asked fucking Talos what he was. I don't feel like fucking sitting here and explaining what I am again.
Hey, that's fair. Just be glad they didn't ask me what I was. I would have given the full demonstration. As I reach for the smith's tools, remembering that they're kind of broken, going, never mind, they wouldn't have.
Get that out of your mouth. Drop it. Drop.
Greyhound, what are you doing?
Dog was chewing on my dang socks.
Greyhound was
What
eating
the hell
socks.
is wrong with you?
This Greyhound just looks up at you with with wide eyes, just with a sock in his mouth.
About to run off.
Sorry, I was talking to my dog. I was like, it's like he's been really quiet, sitting halfway under my bed. I'm like, what is he doing?
Things are quiet. Too quiet.
Anyway, back to our D&D session. It's like, hopefully the Captain Barbosa can get them back to port safely.
And so as you all finish up your breakfast, you make your way back out onto the deck for another day of sailing. As you're looking out, you can see that the ends of the canal seems to be well, the end. You can see the beginning and in the distance. You can see the end of the channel ahead of you, as you realize you're about to enter open sea. And as you all sail out, I would like someone to roll me another D100.
I'll do it this time, why not?
Everyone gets a turn.
You get a turn.
A 10?
You get a turn.
Alright.
Everyone gets a turn.
It's another whale.
You mean a whale elephant?
Bet.
Explosive range of 1d100.
Alrighty, a 10. As you all kind of take up your positions and look about, seas seem to be calm as you're exiting the channel. As you look about around you and you see just nothing but sea as far as the eye can see to you, from the southwest all the way to the northwest. And behind you can see landmass from the land that you're a little more familiar with. As you all are beginning to get comfortable, I'd like you all to roll me a perception check.
Negotiation? I was about to say something, but the word immediately just cut off. Okay. My brain said no.
17, yeah.
18.
Very nice. As you all are proceeding to just kind of keep an eye on things, Rail, you continue to work the rigging. Talos and Greyhound, you're kind of keeping an eye out. Greyhound, you're the first to notice it as a familiar scent wafts into your nostrils.
What is this?
Smelly smell.
It'd be smelling. It'd be smelling. Yeah. What is this?
As you hear and the rest of you are able to start hearing it as well, as you hear what sounds like a distant rumbling.
Milo's gonna go ahead and take a peek that way.
As you
Splash.
happen to look around, you all start to notice as the sea itself seems to be growing darker. And the skies itself, while blue earlier in the morning, after a few hours, has become quite cloudy.
Let's go look overboard.
There's a storm might be brewing.
And as you take a look to the far southwest, you see dark clouds as you hear. And from what you can see, it seems to be moving quickly. As the captain also takes a look and goes, Avast. Aye, men. We have ourselves a storm a-coming. All hands on deck. Prepare the rigging. Raise sails to half-mast. We'll be ready for her this time.
Anything for us to do, Captain?
Aye, head over there to the rigging and help with some of the ropes there. We need to be making ourselves at half speed here. Otherwise, we'll be thrown way off course.
Aye, Captain.
Rail's gonna go over and help them out with the ropes.
Yeah, I run over.
And as you do, the rain starts to pour.
What would that be, a survival or sleight of hand?
I would say... Yeah, you could either do survival or sleight of hand of your choice.
I'm giving him aid in this.
A 6.
Oh, you said you were giving him aid, Graham?
Yes.
So as you kind of run over, you start to feel the water on the deck begin to make things slippery as you start to lose your footing as you almost fall, but then Greyhound is immediately underneath you, just heaving you up, just like, ah! And he proceeds to help drag you over to the side of the railing where you all take a hold of some rope and start pulling on it.
Alright, one, pull!
Yeah.
I was just gonna look back at and see Talos and Greyhound struggling, just like amateurs.
And Dain, as you kind of make your way over, you feel the seas become choppy, and you remember why you don't like being on seas. You manage to make your way over to the other side of the ship, where you grab hold of some additional rigging as you begin to help get that side secured.
I'd rather be in the mines right now. Don't like the ocean.
Visibility becomes quite low as the rain pours down around, as water drips from your brows, and every breath you take, you feel some water enter it as splashes of seawater slam across the ship as you all kind of get a little soaked. Crash of thunder. As the skies are absolutely pitch black from the storm. As, you barely hear the captain's calls from the deck. Aye, keep her steady, boys. We'll make it through it just yet. Give us a little more sail on the front there, as he shouts over to you, Dain.
Aye, Captain. So would that be another sleight of hand?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Would Milo be able to run over and help?
Yeah, so as Dain begins to undo the rope, the water from the rain makes the rope a little slippery, and before you know it, you feel the rope starting to burn your hand as it's zzz out of your hand. You're like, ah! Milo, you see this coming, happening, and the sail's about to unfurl and get damaged, so... And with the 25, you rush over immediately, and you grab hold of the rope just as it leaves Dain's hand, and you kind of hold it down as you begin to start tying it back into position, as Dain then assists you with getting it retaut. Hey! We need the middle sail to be up a little further, as he shouts down to you, Talos and Greyhound.
Milo's also gonna run back and do the other side as well now.
Hey, let's go. So weird.
Milo, you get to work on pulling up the rigging. It's very tough as it is very strong winds around you. As Greyhound attempts to, he's able to help ease some of the weight as he pulls hard on the on some of the ropes. Until eventually you're able to pull up the middle rigging all the way up to full. Hey, Cotman! Hard turns apart! As the from the crow's nest, you hear Toriel shout down, and the captain goes, "Yarr! Brace yourselves!" As he starts to twist the wheel. I need a dex save from all of you.
Can I use acrobatics?
Dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
the same
no.
it's the same throw anyways.
From all of us?
Yep.
Oh boy.
26.
One sec.
Very nice, very nice. Milo, Greyhound, you hear what's coming, and you kind of grab hold of the rigging and the sides of the whatever you can as the ship begins to lurch.
Nat 20.
Nice. And Talos, you were fully prepared as well as you hold on tight. Unfortunately, Dain, you're kind of caught off guard by this, because you're too far away. As you go what? As the ship lurches, and you find yourself slammed against the side of the ship, and then you fall flat on your back onto the deck itself, as you're now prone.
Ow.
And you struggle a little bit to get yourself pulled back up to your feet.
Wait, that hurt just a little bit.
As you feel the ship bobbing and up and down, you all watch as in front of you a large wave seems to start growing in front of the ship. That's when we be heading for! Brace yourselves for impact! As you hear creaking of the ship, as the waves start to come up to the ship. What do you all do to prepare yourself for this wave?
Milo's gonna go ahead and just grab onto the closest rope.
Alrighty. So you get in some rope together. Talos?
Yep.
What are you doing to prepare for this giant wave that's about to slam into the ship?
The same thing. I'm grabbing the rope that I have in my bag and just like starting to lash myself to the part of the ship right here.
Alright, Greyhound?
Greyhound's gonna create some material chains and just wrap himself around the middle pole.
Alright. And Dain?
Dane's gonna wrap himself around with rope as well, and then huddle towards the corner.
Alrighty. So everyone but Greyhound, give me a survival check. Greyhound, give me an arcana check.
And do sleight of hand instead.
Yeah, so sleight of hand or survival of your choice.
Oh no.
Oh
Yeah.
god, I'm using a lucky point to re-roll that for me.
Got 13.
Very nice, very nice. Go ahead and re-roll that, Talos. Oof.
That's even worse!
As you all scramble, as Greyhound, you throw out some chains from your hands, and wrap them around the mast. As you feel them wrap around you, you feel tugged against the middle of the mast. You're like, ooh! And Milo, you deftly grab some rope and you attach yourself to the side of the rigging and ship as the wave crashes along the ship and wave just whooshes through the front of it. Dain, as you grab some rope, you're about to tie yourself up as you feel yourself caught in the waves and you are swept back on the ship. And Talos, as you were running across the deck to get yourself secured, you also get hit by the waves and as you're both slammed into the back of into the walls of the captain's quarters. Boom! As
use an action to try and use my material chains to catch one of them.
Sure.
Two of them. Okay. What do I need to use?
I would say you can use in either athletics or acrobatics of your choice.
Got it.
Alright, who are you aiming for?
Well, since Greyhound saw Dain go by first, he's gonna immediately go for him.
Sounds good.
Sorry, Talos, but he was the first one he saw. So
Dain,
he's gonna wrap his skill chain over to Dain and pull him towards him and grab onto him.
Alright, Dain, give me athletics or acrobatics of your choice.
Athletics.
19, very nice. So, as you're getting washed by the waves, Greyhound somehow sees you while he's strapped himself in, and he flings out his hand, and you see it just in time as this ethereal chain seems to be flying towards you from the water. You grab it as you're then held in place about 10 feet away from Greyhound, as this water, you have to hold your breath as best you can as the waves are just enveloping over you. Fortunately, Talos, you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you get slammed against the wall.
How much again?
6 points.
Alright.
And after a moment, the water slides off the side of the ship, and Dain, you kind of sputter a little bit as you got a little salt water in your lungs.
Burns.
As Talos, you too also, like, a combination of being slammed, you gassed out in pain, and as a result, you also got a little water in your lungs as well.
Trying to cough it out.
As the captain kind of pulls himself up back onto the wheel. Urgh. We can sense it, lads. We be nearly through this. Give me full sails now.
Hi, Captain.
As the back rigging gets unfurled fully, Milo, you go to the middle rigging, and masterfully as the rigging just you stop it just in time, and you definitely tie it.
I'm gonna try getting up off my onto my feet.
My rolls god awful.
11.
You get some assistance from a crew member this time, Dain, so you got 15. And with
What do I have to roll? Survival again?
sleight of hand or survival of your choice.
A 6. I am very not doing well.
Yeah, you find yourself a little dizzy after getting that knock, and as you try to go up to the rope, you end up just slipping and just sliding around on the deck instead, and you're not able to get to the rope in time. But fortunately for you, Milo was there first and was able to get the rigging set up just in time.
I'm just seeing my spread-eagled shack sliding across the deck like a bar of soap.
Meanwhile, Greyhound and Dain struggle together at the front of the ship to get the next rigging undone, and thanks to the rest of the crew as well as your efforts, you are able to get it unfurled fully. As you feel the ship speed up suddenly, as you start to see the rain starting to get a little bit lighter and the waves less choppy. Until eventually the rain turns into a drizzle and the sea becomes calmer. As you all look behind you, you see the storm moving onwards to the east.
Well, that wasn't exactly fun.
Is it ever? It doesn't seem like this would ever be fun.
I can definitely tell you, it hurts.
Who'd you oblige? You get yourself a little extra grog tonight. As the captain spins the wheel a bit and gets the ship back on course.
Hooray!
You all survived yourself another storm.
Yay. No one died.
In fact, just coughing up, still trying to cough up water.
As you all are just standing there, just kind of drenched in rain and having the wind slowly blow your clothes and dry you off a little bit over time. As the rest of the day goes by uneventfully.
That was...
Hey, that was definitely something.
The joys of traveling by sea, I guess.
Hey, you lads ain't having fun with that.
Not really. My hands feel like I've been in the forge all day. Just grabbing hot coals.
it waterlogged. I pour out water from my armor plates. And
You just take your helmet off and an entire aquarium comes out of it.
Now, the three of you will note that the last time you had a storm, interestingly enough, it was the exact same place as you, like mostly like on cue. The last time you came through in this direction, this way, but last time the storm was far worse and actually damaged the ship. This time, it just seems that everything managed to stay strong and it wasn't nearly as bad of a storm.
It knew not to fuck with us this time.
maybe this area is just more prone to storms than others.
Hey, possibly. Still curious though. But hopefully we don't run into any more of them for a while.
As you look over and you see the soaked Greyhound.
Almost like a drowned rat.
Greyhound jumps into the water to find some fish.
Roll me a survival check. Ooh, natural 20. So, as you swim about, you see that there's a lot of fish activity down below, and after looking about for a minute, you see your prey, and you swim real quick, and the rest of you are up on deck, just kind of taking it easy as you're looking about, taking a breath. Within a moment, though, you hear swoosh as coming up, flying onto the deck. You see a ginormous fish that's probably about 6 foot long and like 3 foot wide as it and then boom slams onto the deck, like causing the deck to shake itself. And on top of it, you see Greyhound with a couple of his knives, ethereal knives, sticking in it as it flops on the deck a bit. As Greyhound, you've netted yourself a giant tuna.
Woo! Greyhound hops up and just stabs it a few more times just in case.
It flops a bit more and then becomes still.
Alright,
Hey,
who
Greyhound.
wants tuna?
Hey, I wouldn't be against having some of that.
Captain
Nice.
looks over from his wheel and goes, "Oy, that'd be a fine catch you got there. A massive,
Thank you.
rather massive beast there."
Alrighty then. Who cooks here? Alright, good talk. As he picks up the tuna and just brings it down to the bottom floor.
You knew the answer, Dain.
Aye, is Elbert? He's probably downstairs in the. I'm forgetting the word for it on the ship, which is bad. I actually have forgotten the word for the ship's.
It's fine.
That's all?
You're able to get. You're able to guide Greyhound down below to Alberta's. You go enter the door to his kitchen, and he takes a look at you as you see him and Steve are currently putting back some barrels that are tipped over and a few other things that look a little disheveled as you kind of come in with this giant tuna. Steve goes, "Blimey, that's a heck of a fish you got there." Tuna. So Bert just kind of takes a look at it and just nods approvingly. Yeah, you want it prepared.
Hey, Greyhound here. Caught it. Just gonna motion over to him.
Greyhound's just carrying the giant thing.
Yeah, I couldn't get ready for dinner. Just sit it there. And as he just points to an empty place on the floor.
I get it. As he runs over and just slams it down.
Yeah, Steve, get the fillet knife. Egbert, as he goes over, grabs a knife, and begins to carve into the giant tuna. And so they proceed to then carve up and begin cooking it for dinner.
Ooh.
Huzzah. Food.
Huzzah!
So as the sun begins to set and you all make your way downstairs, you find yourself some plates with some very delicious smelling like tuna fillets, a little bit of extra things on the side, including some rice, and it smells delicious as you all dig in. Each of you can roll me a 1d10.
1d10. All right.
Very nice, very nice.
Ooh.
Are you
Ooh,
kidding?
You two can re-roll those ones. I'll allow that. Due to the nature of the nat 20 that occurred.
Yay!
There we go. And Graham?
3.
A little bit better. So each of you gains temporary hit points equal to what you rolled. So Dain, you got 9, Milo, you got 4, Greyhound 3, and Talos, you got 10 temporary hit points. As you feel the heartiness of this meal fill you up.
Very nice.
And eventually, as you finish your meal, you feel very full, very comfortable. The beds are calling to you. As you make your way over, and anything you all wish to do before you go to sleep?
Greyhound would like to go back and talk to his drow friend.
Sounds good. As you make your way up to the crow's nest, where he's currently sitting up there, beginning to look about. Hey, good day, mate.
Arden? Hey! Why do you speak in such a different way, speaking common? I think speaking undercommon.
Well, as I was explaining last night, or the time we were speaking before, I'm a little nervous that if others got to hear me how I actually speak, they'd be thinking something different than me. It's already weird enough as it is. I got different skin. If I talk different too, then, well, he kind of looks off to the sea.
Well, okay, well, thank you for speaking properly with me then. Come to say hi, see how you doing.
Well, got woken up a little bit down there by that rustle and tussle that we had earlier, but besides that, doing all right.
Yeah, that was a situation.
Bit of a small storm.
The fuck is this, Dain?
What?
Any shit posting?
Days fault.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go to bed now.
Hey, well, I
care.
appreciate you coming up to check on me. I hope you fared well during the storm.
Greyhound's gonna curl into a ball and fall asleep where he is.
Just popping in my head, just like seeing Kim like curl up like a cat or a dog, just like yeah, right. I'm like, oh, it's like we have beds, right?
This is good. This is fun.
He gives a bit of a smile as he takes a small cloth blanket that he keeps near him and drapes it over you, and proceeds to.
Immediately
look
wakes
out.
up, takes out, immediately creates a psychic knife and kind of like swings it around, trying to scare whoever's touching him. Ah, who's there?
Hey, easy, mate, easy, mate.
Ah, okay. Immediately, the dagger just shatters into nothing, and immediately goes back to sleep.
Eesh, he kind of shakes his head and just. And proceeds to continue his looking over the horizon. And meanwhile, the rest of you.
I'm checking over my gear from, especially from that storm. Don't want anything damaged or broken or otherwise impaired.
Sounds good. Give me another investigation. Yeah. As you take a look, you open up your bag of holding, and you see that everything in there is surprisingly dry. Turns out magical bags do a good job of keeping things dry and protected. And as you take a look at each of your gear, everything is, as far as you can tell, is just as good as when you left it prior.
Very nice.
And Talos,
What do I need to roll?
what are you doing?
Sorry, I thought you guys heard me. I was gonna check my stuff to make sure that I didn't lose anything in the water.
Gotcha. Yep, go ahead and roll investigation then.
Investigation. 13.
Alrighty. Yep, similarly enough, as you take a look, everything that you have on you is still there. Although you do notice that on one of your bags, while it still managed to stay on you, one of the straps did break from the impact of that one wave. So you take some time to quickly mend it.
Do I have to roll anything to mend it?
A little survival.
Alright, one sec. Let's see, get this thing.
Say in your venture kit, you have a bit of some needle and thread, some basic stuff just to do some patchwork. Doesn't look pretty, but it's there. It's holding.
Oh, tough to do.
It's been a long time since you've done any sewing.
That's for sure.
And then Rail.
Yeah, he's just gonna check up on Morris, make sure that he's alright.
As you check up on Murph's, he just kind of looks up at you and just.
He's just writing a symphony over there.
Good. Glad you're not gonna try to bite my hand off anytime soon. I'm just gonna give Mortis a pat on the head.
Kind of shifts a little bit under your padding and then nestles close to you as it closes its eyes.
I don't think I've ever asked this, but how many eyes does Morris have?
Well,
Yes.
technically he could have as many as he wants. But
Alright.
from what he shows you, for you can see, he has 4 eyes.
Okay.
What he regularly shows. And so, as you all check your gear, patch yourself up after a day of having some storms, you all slowly drift off to bed and to sleep. And you gain the benefits of a long rest.
Very nice.
Alright. And then suddenly,
Ryan gives me a d20 roll.
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely spaced out.
It's okay. I just said it now, so.
Gotcha.
it's like, and then suddenly,
Very nice.
a giant
very
meteor
nice.
falls from the sky.
Oh no.
Alright. As the sunlight shines into the portholes and you all wake up, you all are greeted with another day.
This is day 3 of 5, isn't it? Or is it 4 or 5?
This one would be 4 or 5.
I didn't know if the starting would count as 1 day. Or if it'd be 5 days from the initial departure.
Yeah. You're essentially, and if you check with them, they'll say that you're about, you'll have today and tomorrow of travel before you reach.
Nice. Well, I guess let's get some breakfast.
As you get yourself some breakfast, you find yourself presented with a little bit of leftover tuna from the night before, as well as, of course, some nice victuals and a little bit of some dried meat, a little bit of barley, some grits. Overall, a hearty meal. Made a little bit better because of the tuna.
Yeah, Shex is gonna go up top and, it's... First, he's actually gonna see if there's any fishing gear on the boat, like a pole or something on the boat, on the ship.
Sounds good. Give me either perception or investigation of your choice.
So,
13. As you look about, kind of meander for some of the morning until eventually you do find a small bucket with a fishing rod sticking out of it.
I'm gonna go real quick down to the kitchen and ask for a bit of bait, of something I could use for a little bit of bait to try to go some fishing.
Here's some bread, as he tosses you a hunk of very stale bread.
I nod to thanks and head back up and proceed to get the pole and hook it in some of the pieces of the bread in.
Yeah. And so you proceed to start fishing. You can roll me a survival check if you want.
Survival. $11.
Very nice. A long time passes as you're just kind of, you cast your reel and then you just kind of sit there for a while. You do get a few nibbles as you bring them up. Most of the fish that you start catching, you catch about 2 in the first couple hours of your fishing. They're too small to really keep, so you just kind of toss them back. Eventually, you do get a decent enough size one that could make for 1 ration, if you're wanting to keep it.
Right.
So you can add 1 additional ration to your stash if you wish. Now, what's the rest of y'all doing?
Greyhound does what he usually does, goes out fishing.
Alright.
I'm pretty sure he's doing a better job than I am.
You can go ahead and roll a survival check there, Greyhound.
Oh
A
god.
natural 1.
He forgot to put his hood on.
Just doesn't have any bait.
Yeah,
Followed by
Jumps in,
another
doesn't-
fish.
Wonders why he can't breathe.
yeah, as you kind of dive into the water, as you just like, ha la 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 la. You start to swim about a bit of it, and you're like, man, it's... And then after a second, you rise up to the surface and cough a little bit as, yeah, you forgot to put your hood down, and as a result, you find yourself just bobbing in the water, and so the ship is suddenly a lot farther away than what you expected.
As he puts his hood on and just speeds off.
Yeah, you spend the rest of your time catching up to the ship, and before you eventually able to get yourself back on. And then anything from Dain?
Just wandering really, just checking everything out.
Keep an eye on deck. And Milo?
Rail just gonna be keep working the lines.
Sounds good. Who has not rolled me a D100 yet?
That would be me.
Alright, why don't you go ahead and do that for me? Ooh, an 81. Let's see what we got there. Alright. So, as you all are going about your fishing, Talos, Greyhound, you've managed to find yourself back onto the ship. Dain, you're just kind of keep an eye around, and Milo, you're working the rigging. All of you can give me a perception check.
Alright. I might be paying attention this time.
Ooh.
Oh, Greyhound isn't paying as much attention.
Did mine show up?
Yes, a nat
Talos
20.
is paying all the attention.
Talos,
Like,
you're
I see.
you're the first to notice, and you definitely notice because it is a very odd sight. As the ship is continuing to sail, you're basically in the middle of the sea here, and you see something rising out of the sea.
From the depths.
For what you can see, it has an intense green color, with several red dotted things amongst it. As you see a great tree that has about a 20-foot radius to it, just standing in the middle of the sea.
Right now, like Talos' expression is of like the what the fuck? Captain.
Hey! As he
I just point. I just like silently point.
He kind of takes a look and goes, well, that'd certainly be a curious sight. Be that a tree?
Looks like it.
Raise the sail a bit, lads. Let's have a closer look. as the ship begins to slow, as the captain brings it over, and all of you get to see this. You see this giant tree, just like you don't even see where it's coming from. It's just sticking out of the water. You don't see that there's any land. There's no indication of how deep the water is from here, but you definitely are in the middle of the ocean. And you can see that leaves are showing an intense green color, so it is definitely vibrant and alive. And you see several red berry-like fruits that decorate the branches amongst it.
This is very interesting.
You'll be telling me. Most say that you've never quite seen anything like this before. As the ship kind of drifts close by.
Are any of the fruit close enough for me to grab?
I would say so. It goes up about 40 feet up from the water surface itself, so the leaves are basically... So, essentially, the branches themselves would start to basically be about at ship level. If you were at a smaller boat, it'd be really high up, but due to how big this ship is, the ship is high enough in the water that the leaves basically are just accessible by hand, so... As the ship gets closer, you're able to reach out over the deck if you wish to collect some of them.
Very well.
Alright, so...
Sorry, give me 1 second.
So, you're wanting to collect some of the berries?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll me a survival check to see about how many you're able to collect. Six.
So,
You are able to collect 2 of these berries. As you kind of hop up and you grab them, they have a very bright, vibrant red color to them. And they look very plump.
I'm gonna eat one.
Oh god.
Alrighty. Let me check real quick to see what it has going with it. Here it is. As you take it, you restore 1 hit point, and you find yourself feeling very, very full all of a sudden. Like, very comfortably full, as you will no longer need to eat for the day.
I'm gonna give the other one to Murphs.
Murph just takes a look at it. After you eat it, I need you to give me a quick
Oh god.
insight check. After you eat it, you feel full and, like, it tastes pretty decent, but you also feel something else. You're not sure what, but you feel as if something else has occurred.
I'm just gonna start kind of freaking out, but not really showing it.
As you're holding the berry towards Murph, Murph starts to open his mouth like, eh? Anyone else grabbing any berries?
No, Talos is just kind of more like, there's a train in the ocean.
It's
There's
just
a tree in the ocean. tree in the ocean.
What about you, Graham?
Somewhat like pomegranates.
They do have a bright red color to them, and they're very
Brown
much
snatching that
berry-like.
shit up and eating that shit.
Yeah, they're berry-like fruits, is what they're described as here. Red berry-like fruits.
Gotcha. He's gonna grab it and he's gonna eat one.
All right, roll me a survival check here.
Gotcha. Hopefully this isn't gonna bite me in the ass.
Woo! Natural
A nat-
20. You go up there and you rip off an entire branch of the tree, and the entire branch with all its berries flop onto the deck. And
Jesus.
you're able to collect 69 of these fruits.
Nice.
Nice.
And you also eat one?
Yeah, I eat one.
All right,
So I have
as you-
68 rations.
Yep. So as you take a bite and you consume one, you immediately do not feel the need to eat anymore, and you're like, okay. As it tastes quite nice. It's not a pomegranate though, which disappoints you, but it does have a nice sweetness to it.
Ground happy. You gotta eat fruit.
Give me an insight check.
Woo. Where are you? Whatcha?
It's not a pomegranate. It's a little weird, but aside from that, it's a berry.
Very nice.
So, as a couple of the crew members proceed to take the branches that fell on the deck and throw them off the ship, as Greyhound collects the berries. Anything Dain or Talos are doing?
Then we'll go over and attempt to get some of the low-hanging ones as well.
Roll for survival. And make sure you put down 68 good berries, Greyhound.
Gotcha.
You're able to
Give me
kinda,
a sec.
you're able
My
to,
thing is not. I'm tapping. I'm probably gonna have to log off and log back in because my page that has for my character, so I can do the rolls is like completely white.
Alrighty, go ahead. And you kind of hop up a few times, and you're able to grab 5 berries, Dain.
Very nice.
Do you also eat one?
Can I inspect them before I munch on them?
Of course. How would you like to inspect them?
Insight?
There it goes.
To be honest, I have no idea.
Talos.
Okay, it's work. That was a. Did something pop up?
Yes, you got a natural 1.
Oh, okay. Because I'm just clicking whatever to see if it works.
I'll say you ideally just kind of wave your hand up to the tree, and you get your hand smacked by a branch, like but you're not able to grab any berries. So make sure you put down 5 berries in your inventory, Dain. Like 5 good berries.
I'm gonna try reaching for another thing of berries again.
Natural 1.
Are you sure about that?
Okay, something's going up. Let me reload this page.
I mean, it gave you a 15 and then a 9 as if you had advantage previously, but... So, I'll say with that again, you feeling frustrated, you reach up again to try to grab, but as you kind of ruffle through the leaves and the tree starts to be left behind, you find that you are not able to grab any of the berries. And so...
Oh, Greyhound, can I have some of those berries?
He hisses at you. He gives you 23.
And so how would you like to check these berries, Dain? Are you wanting to see if you've ever seen anything like them before, or are you just trying to see anything about them individually?
see if I've seen anything like this before.
Alright, I'd say you can do either roll nature or history of your choice.
I'm gonna roll history.
12. You've never really seen anything quite like these. They are definitely very like fruits. Like they're large enough that they could fit in your hand, and they're easy. You saw that Milo and Greyhound were able to eat one, and so it was not too terribly difficult to get down. And from their satisfied looks, you could tell that it seems to be filling and kind of on the sweet side.
Okay. I'm gonna hold on to them for now.
Sounds good. All right. And so as the tree gets slowly left behind, you all watch
I'm
as
gonna
the...
inspect.
Hmm?
Sorry. I'm gonna do a nature check on the berries as well.
Sounds good.
Oh, sorry, hit the wrong one.
With a 3, as you look, you've never seen a fruit like this before. It looks nice and plump and red.
Huh. No one seems to be getting sick from it, so...
And as the tree disappears off in the distance, the captain just kind of goes, Well, I'll be sure to remember something like that. Suppose if we were ever to run out of food, that'd be quite a handy little thing to stop by. Hey. As the ship continues to be pulled back to full and sail off.
Hey.
Right. And so the rest of the trip for the day goes by without any incident. As you all get yourself down below deck. And well, you would get yourself for dinner, but Talos and Dain, you are feeling currently hungry. Milo and Greyhound, you still feel quite full from that fruit you ate earlier. You feel great.
That's good to hear.
So you just kind of hang around while you watch as Dain and Talos eat some food and just kind of take it easy. Eventually, Dain and Talos, you're feeling very sleepy, very tired as it starts to get later. As you start to get ready for bed.
Oh, I'm beat.
I think I'm gonna turn in early tonight, lads, and I'm just gonna pass out on the bunk.
Easy enough.
I think I'll follow Dane's idea and do the same.
And then
I guess if anything, a dire happens.
Milo and Greyhound, what are you two doing?
It's nighttime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Greyhound's gonna write a note to his family, talking about the adventure he's having right now. That he hopes to see them soon.
Sounds good.
And that be it.
All right, and Milo, what are you doing?
I was gonna say topside for a bit, just kind of watching the ocean roll by.
Sounds good. And so you do so as you kind of go about and you see the stars above you, and you just kind of look around and see a few of the night crew that you've worked with in the past, just kind of going about doing the rounds. Up at the helm, you see Magrim, currently the first mate dwarf of the Kraken's Skull, currently at the wheel, while Keth Barbosa is in his quarters, as he just kind of looking about and sees you. Ahoy there. You be up a little later than your normal, ain't you, Mr. Leithfoot?
I be. Just been so long since I've been out on the water. Figured I'd actually enjoy it for once.
Be quite a time. Nothing quite like enjoying yourself out here.
Aye.
Stars above. Not miss anything interesting while you was sleeping?
Aye, not really. Just missed out on... what? I think a storm was brewing? Or was that the day before? I can't remember.
Hey, it was the day
But,
before. But these seem to kind of mingle a bit when you're out on the sea.
Other than that, we passed a tree today. I think...
He kind of blinks a little bit. A tree, you say?
Aye, that's correct. It was definitely a tree. Here, and I toss him the other berry I got.
Huh. A tree that bore berries.
Aye. They aren't half bad. Definitely not my first choice, but not bad.
And he kind of takes a look at it. Let me roll. Yeah, I'll roll. He doesn't have much going for him in that regard. He's a seafaring dwarf, but we'll see what he got. 18? That's not bad, actually. He kind of takes a look at it. You know, I haven't spent a long time on the shores, but I have transported quite a few fruits and food in my time. I've got to say, I do not recognise this kind of fruit here. You know what it kind of reminds me of?
What would that be?
He takes he opens up his palm, and you watch as 10 smaller berries magically appear in his hand. Just bloop, 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 bloop. And then he kind of compares. Aye, this large fruit here quite resembles this, aye? As he shows it to you, and you see that the 10 berries are red in his hand, and they seem to be, like, there's just this kind of smaller version of what you ate from the tree.
Use some fancy magic while I was not looking at you.
Aye, I've always known a little bit of magic. Don't you remember the time I saved your hides from that fort when that cascade of water about crushed you all?
I don't think I was there for that one.
Oh, aye, that'd be right. That was that friend of yours. Your friends had brought over a gnome by the name of Nanfoodle.
Aye, I've actually heard quite a lot about him. Hope to meet him one day.
Aye, well, I've always had a bit of a touch of magic, but yeah, it's not that too fancy. But I've always had this spell kind of memorized. It's what we call Goodberry. It's a way of helping in case we ran out of food, I'd be able to still feed at least 10 of us.
Huh.
Not terribly
Never knew.
flavorful, honestly. Here, he kind of hands you one. Have a taste of it, see how it compares.
Is he handing me one of the small berries, or?
Yes.
I'll take one, I guess.
You eat it.
Sure.
Yeah, as you kind of pop it in your mouth, you feel a bit of the magical essence from it just kind of go into your body, and like, if you were feeling any sort of hungry, it's gone again. But the flavor of the berry is a little non-existent. It's just kind of like, it's kind of just a bland berry. But you did notice. Give me a medicine check real quick. 15. That's pretty good. As you take a bite of the berry, and you're kind of comparing because you're like, okay, how's this different from the other one? You're like, you know, this berry, while it didn't taste as good as the other one, it made me still feel just as full, but it doesn't have that weird aftertaste, after effect. There was something weird with the big fruit that you had that at first you didn't quite know what was going on, but you didn't get that with this berry.
Hey, Magram, I got a question for ye.
Hey!
Earlier when I ate the large berry, I had some kind of, like, aftertaste or after effect. Not sure what that was about. Would ye happen to know?
Well, fortunately, I haven't quite had a bite of it myself. As he kind of pops one of his good berries in his mouth. But, well, I mean, this is a different kind of food that you're used to, that you're not used to, and perhaps, you found yourself just not used to the flavour.
I guess. It kind of seemed like it. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
And he kind of takes a look at the one you handed to him. That's not gonna help. That's not gonna help. Yeah, I'm afraid not quite a whole lot about this that I'd be able to assist with. I mean, I'm a seafaring dwarf here. Fortunately, if it hasn't come on my ship, I ain't familiar. Although it is strange to see it's rather this large size to be rather tasty. Usually, if it's nice and big, then, well, did it have any much for seeds in it? And as you think back, it didn't have any seeds.
No, it didn't have any seeds.
Very rather strange. From my knowledge, most plants, usually when they provide fruits or berries, they have some sort of seed within them if they aren't magical. As a way of being able to spread their seed around, usually by like some birds or animals eating it, and upon their excretion, the seed is then provided nourishment from whatever you excreted, of course, and usually ends up in the ground or somewhere where it can grow. These berries don't have a seed. Well, I don't know what to think about that. Make it a little curious, as naturally it should have one if it's going to spread its seed, unless it is the seed, as he kind of looks at it. And then kind of gives it a bit of a squeeze just to kind of feel how it is. It's a little soft to be a seed. And then kind of takes a closer look. I ain't trained upon this or nothing, but I'm getting some sort of magical feeling from this here, similar to the maggoot berries. Can't tell you much more than that as he looks at you. But I feel as if there's something magical going on with this. I mean, you've said you found yourself a tree in the middle of the ocean, and it produces berries. Now, from my knowledge, of course, like I said about the whole sea thing, you see, usually bushes or trees that produce some sort of fruit or something, usually we require, say, another form of the same kind of plant and tree nearby in order for it to be cross-pollinated and actually produce fruits, eh? But was there just this tree there, or was there others around?
Nah, you just be that tree. Quite confused by it myself.
And you aren't feeling any negative effects after eating one?
Aye.
Well, I'd say that, I mean, I guess you'll probably want to keep a hold of them or consume them for too long. Usually, at least for my good berry here, these small ones, they usually expire after about 24 hours. I'm not sure about these bigger ones here, though. So, at least they should keep you fed for a few days. Anything else I could do for you?
Nay, that'd be the only thing that interesting happened today.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate the heads up there. He kind of thinks a bit. Have you talked to Boris yet?
Sorry, who? I didn't quite hear you.
Boris. Did you have a chat with Boris about these yet? You know, he's our bowman. He's the one that handles all of our cannons. No, it's I forget the name of his position. Hang on. He is the bosun. He'd be our bosun, Boris. Usually handles the maintaining of our cannons. He does a little bit of tinkering here and there. If I feel a little bit of magic from this, he might be able to perhaps give you a bit of assistance on the matter. Although he'd be probably asleep at this time.
I haven't asked him about it, but I suppose tomorrow I shall.
I say that'd be fair. Anyway, Mose, you'll be probably off to bed then. Have a good rest.
Aye, thank ye. Good luck on your watch.
I hope it be a nice calm night. And so, what have you been doing during this time, Greyhound?
Well, it's nighttime, right?
Mm-hmm.
I already said I was writing the letter
Yep. So,
to his family.
and you did write it. So you have it, tuck it away in your bag.
Alright, I guess I'll go check back up on Yasuit.
Yep. As you kind of go up to Yasuit, he greets you again. G'day, mate. Nothing exciting happened while I was asleep.
And just a tree.
He kind of sputters a little bit. Are you daft, mate?
What? What do you mean?
A tree out in the ocean.
And?
That just doesn't happen, mate.
Oh, really?
Hey, the trees that you find either underground or over on the shore, you don't find that in the middle of the ocean. You feeling all right?
I'm feeling fine. We found a tree. Here's the good berries that are on it.
As you pull out a berry,
Yeah.
and kind of looks at it and goes, "Oh," and he kind of holds it up to him. That is one big fruit berry thing. Very, very red. What? So you really did? Wow! As he just kind of looks at it in. Huh. Well, that seems rather strange, don't you agree?
Well, I don't really go into the ocean all that much. I didn't know that was a strange occurrence.
Aye. I mean, you might find some plants down below the water, I suppose, but we're far in the middle of the ocean here, far from the shore. Be hard to see anything that grows from here. Do you mind? As he asks about the fruit.
He squints on him. Fine.
As he then
What?
as he eats it.
How dare you?
You said
That was mine.
Hey, I asked if you minded it.
Greyhound's just crying now.
Oh, sorry. I'll make it up to you. I asked if you would mind. It was a really good fruit. It was very sweet. Kind of feel a little weird after that, though.
Weird? Weird how?
I don't know. It's got a bit of a kind of a weird aftertaste.
Eh.
I don't know.
Greyhound takes a bite of another one and tries to pay attention to the taste. Well, tries to pay attention to like how it feels after eating it.
Yeah, you take a bite out of it, and you're feeling really, really full now. But you don't feel any different.
But am I able to analyze how I feel? Like, kind of like pay attention to it.
You could try. Medicine check.
Which one? Medicine?
Mhm.
All right. Oh shit! I have a 0 in medicine. Okay.
Yeah, no, you don't feel
A
any,
natural 1. Okay.
you don't feel any different. you eat it.
All
You're
right.
like, nah, all good here.
A berry's a berry. Okay. I guess it's very filling.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you for the fruit. I'll get you something else later to repay you for it.
Don't bother. It's fine.
Well, I appreciate you coming up checking on me and updating me. I suppose you wanted to go down to get yourself some rest. After all, it is a little late for you.
I will go to sleep. And Greyhound immediately just does what he did last time and rolls into a ball and falls asleep.
Yeah, curl into a ball as he kind of goes,
Yeah.
to be one that has to fall asleep. All I got to do is meditate and I'm good to go. And you hear every word that he says, Greyhound. You close your eyes and you rest there. What are you doing, Milo?
Going to bed.
Alright. You make it to your cot, you lay down, you close your eyes. An hour goes by. Your eyes, your eyes open, Milo, and Greyhound, you stir a little bit, because you're trying, but you're not falling asleep.
I was gonna go back on top of the deck.
Yeah, as you go up,
Greyhound's gonna get up and be a little annoyed. Yeah.
you both are feeling tired, but for some reason you're not feeling sleepy. As you come up, Montagne looks down and she goes, "Everything alright, laddie?"
Nay, but I figured out what that other feeling I got was, I think.
Aye? He looks at you quizzically.
I can't fucking sleep.
You've probably had a long day. I imagine if you go to try again, you probably fall asleep. I mean, some people struggle to fall asleep from time to time.
Not like this. I've been trying to sleep for the past hour.
I'll let you be a little concerned in there. And what are you doing, Greyhound?
Greyhound's gonna climb down.
Oh, as Yasuo just kind of goes, goodbye, Greyhound.
Sorry, I can't sleep.
Perhaps if you went somewhere a little more comfortable, then.
Hold up.
Good night, mate. As you crawl down,
Keep an eye on how you feel with that berry.
uh,
Okay.
Okay. And he just looks at you quizzically and then proceeds to keep looking out over the ocean. As you make your way down the mast, and you see Milo currently down there as well.
You can't sleep too? Well, shit. Those berries must have something in them that keeps us from sleeping, huh? Is it the berries? Or are we just shocked from seeing a tree in the ocean? Greyhound's just looking to the ocean, just squinting.
I was gonna check down below to see if Talos and Dain are still asleep.
Yeah, as you head below the deck, you see and hear them snoring away peacefully.
Yeah, they're probably not seeing a tree since the other two are asleep.
Ah, gotcha.
Zombies. Congratulations, you've discovered cocaine.
Okay, sleep. You have cocaine.
So what do you try doing?
It's like you.
Greyhound's gonna look at Oh, Greyhound's just gonna sit there, kind of like figuring out. Gonna lay down, see if he can just fall asleep. He's gonna like just wait an hour.
Sounds good. And you, Milo?
Hey, Margum.
Hey.
You happen to know any spells that could put me to sleep?
Oh, that puts you to sleep there. Ah, he thinks a little bit. Afraid not. That's not quite the usual sort of spell that I come across.
Gets up and says, "Hey, Margaret, can you knock me out?"
In what manner?
Punch me in the face.
I'm gonna put my hand up towards Margum and be like, "Allow me."
So long as you aren't going to start outright fighting.
Punch me in the face. Face.
Sorry to jump in for a minute. I might have to leave here shortly.
Yeah, I know, it's starting to run a little late. We'll take it. We'll keep it going for another couple of minutes, and then we'll wrap up here.
Sounds good.
There's a 12
Only
hit
a 12
you.
hits.
I say I want to get hit. Can I say that hits me?
Sure. If you're not going to actively avoid.
No, I'm not gonna actually avoid.
Go ahead and roll damage, Milo. You feel like a slap on your face, just whoosh. And you realize that perhaps Milo isn't the most physically strong enough to actually knock you out.
Want to try again?
Greyhound just looks at you with a blank face. Are you serious?
Yes.
Hits. Go ahead, roll damage. Again, just slap.
I was picturing that one scene from the movie with the guy who's just standing there where people are throwing like chairs and stuff at him, and they're just bouncing off of him.
And you're not feeling any sleep here, Greyhound.
Greyhound looks at Magram. Can you kind of chime in here?
I'm
They're tens of chime, right?
You definitely hit.
It hits.
Yeah, I'm standing to this. And this time, like, Milo finally gets a good slug into your face. Just whack!
Greyhound does Greyhound feel any sleepier? Like any stage that he's gonna lose consciousness?
You feel just stinging pain as you're getting slapped and punched. As you've lost
Magram?
a total of 5 HP.
Yeah.
I told you I'll stand out to this. And as you two just kind of continue fumbling, before you know it, the sun is up, and you realize you haven't gotten any sleep as you both suffer from one point of exhaustion.
Fuck.
I was gonna turn around and be like,
And I ate
Fuck.
2 of those.
And in the morning,
I'm gonna stop you
Talos
again.
and...
Make sure it's he.
Morning, Talos the Dain, you wake up to see that Milo isn't in bed, and as you eat your breakfast, you kind of go up onto the deck to see a very exhausted Greyhound and Milo. Or Rail, I should say.
You guys alright?
Do I look alright?
Greyhound
No, you
just
look
gives a
horrible.
middle finger.
No, you look terrible. Can you guys get any sleep at all?
No.
Not a wink. As you see a red mark on Greyhound's cheek, where Milo's been slapping
What
him.
happened to you?
In my
Oh,
defense, he asked me to do it.
Yeah, I asked him to smack me to try and... Well, I didn't ask him to smack me. I asked him to hit me. And,
I did. Eventually.
Maybe you two should go back downstairs and try to sleep.
Do you want to get slapped?
Well, I'm just giving an option.
Do you want to get slapped?
Hey now, I will not have fighting on me deck. As Boros
Like, I just walk away with my hands up like, alright, I gave you my option. An option.
Boros just kind of steps over and says, I will not have fighting on my deck. What's your problem? As he looks at you, Greyhound and Milo.
Apparently they didn't
he
get any
asked me to do
sleep.
it,
Have a
and
problem.
I didn't get sleep.
I was just explaining what happened. What do you mean by problem? I wasn't saying anything. I wasn't doing anything.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem. You should go try rest off on your own time. Don't try, and he looks at you, Milo, stop trying to pick fights with others. Otherwise, I'll get involved.
He asked me to do it.
He kind of shakes his head. As Balrus
I
starts
did ask
walking
him
away. Yeah, Balrus shakes his head as Balrus then starts walking away.
All right.
In Milo's head, you hear echo. Have you tried checking with Balrus yet? Yeah.
Hey, Greyhound, you got any more of those fucking berries?
Greyhound hisses at you, eats 5 of them.
Jesus Christ.
No. You suffer 3 points of exhaustion.
Yes. Fuck.
No, they're
Greyhound, give me a berry.
very tasty, and you feel insanely full now.
Greyhound cannot move how full he is.
I'm just gonna take a berry from Greyhound then.
It's in his bag of holding. You accidentally pick up a pomegranate.
Didn't you have like 5, Milo?
Damn it. No, you said I only got 2.
Oh, well, Mogrim didn't eat it, so he would have given it back to you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Hey,
he ate
Boris.
his own berries. As he's walking away, you say, hey, Boris. He's like, you watch as his head goes up, he goes, and he boom, turns around. What is it?
You know what this is? I'm just gonna hand him the berry.
It's a berry.
Yes, I know that. It's magical. Can you kind of give me more information on what kind of magic it is or anything?
Hang on. You said it's magical.
Yes.
And then you watch as his eyes flash in like a spectrum of colors as he then looks at the berry. Oh. Huh. Just a moment. As he then takes his other hand and waves it over the fruit as you watch a shimmering sparkle come from his hands and onto the berry and then... As he looks back at you. How many have eaten this berry?
I'll give you one guess.
Well, I'm gonna say you and the gray one there. How many others?
As far as I know, just us 2.
Have you? Well, shit. As he just then takes the berry and just tosses it over tosses it onto the deck. Do any of your allies know how to remove a curse?
Oh, fuck.
Because unfortunately,
Talos!
none of our crew members can. This here berry, it'll feed you and keep you fed for an entire day, but it curses anyone who eats one to never be able to sleep again.
Great. Milo's just gonna take the berry and put it away.
And with those words, he says, "Never be able to sleep again." As the words, the meanings behind those words hits you, and Greyhound, you hear that as well, as you realize you cannot fall asleep ever again. As the weight of that falls upon you, that is where we're going to leave the session for today.
That would honestly suck.
I mean, yeah, because until you get that curse lifted, you will be gaining 1 point of exhaustion every night until you die.
Not only that, but also you can go insane.
Alright. You all gain 1,000 XP for good roleplay as well as some fun interactions here. Alright, I'll be right back. As our two heroes find themselves cursed by this random berry that they ate. What will become of our heroes? Will they find someone in time to lift their curse before it is too late? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.